Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah, I think that we've all had enough. They know that we're calling it wrong. Hey, it's too late to try to go contain it. A generation fueled by creation. We live lives on a small screen nation. We control the airwaves, no negotiation. I refuse to think we need saving. Something good will come from creation. And when we think that the world is too anxious, we'll adapt, evolve, survive, and save it. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome to Sovereign Soul, Unchained Mind. Yeah, I was just thinking earlier about this whole manifestation thing, man. And in the title of the video tonight, we are looking at is it increasing? And what I mean by that is certain events and cataclysms, so to speak, that we see appearing in our ethos. Newspaper articles, social media, what have you. Is there actually an increase in the events and magnitude of things that are happening, or is it just an increase in your exposure to such things? I'm going to take a minute and say howdy to everybody who is in the chat here. And it looks like I've got my friend Christos Leopolis. So I mean to visit that place in Greece one day. I got Grey Eagle, Illusory Truth, Mark Basket, Mike Smith, Sam's Medic, and I'm sure we've got plenty more out there that just are not in the chat. I'd like to welcome everybody tonight. I'm going to put a link in the chat in just a moment. I just want to kind of get this whole idea started. So an old trick that you see that's done through the media, and of course we know media is nothing more than propaganda. And since they legalized propaganda in the United States, it used to be illegal, but I think it was during the Clinton administration, or maybe it was Obama, somewhere, they made it legal to propagandize the American people openly. Not that they hadn't been doing it before, using subliminal messages in our sign-offs for channels and such, but one of the tricks they use is if I wanted to say, give you the perception that the number of shooting deaths taking place in the United States is on the rise. It doesn't necessarily have to be so, because you can lie through a statistic. And what I mean by that is simply this. Let me just mash up that for a minute. Just do this. Yeah. And what I mean is like this. Okay. So on a normal thing, there may be 50 shootings around the United States, given various circumstances. But the mainstream news only report on maybe one or two of those, and most of them that are reported on are just local. So, in order to give you a perception of this malady being on the rise, what they do is they increase the number of stories. So, anytime something comes across the wire about a shooting, even to the point where they lowered the amount needed to count as a mass shooting to like 3 people. So you get constantly through the wire mass shooting. If your job is propagandizing, and if your agenda is to make people have a disfavorable opinion about firearms, well, of course, you're going to report on every one of these, and most likely in a biased way. So with that being said, you can use that same thing when they say, well, there's been over 6,000 train derailments every year in the United States. Well, you have to look at what counts as a train derailment. Train derailments are counted as everything as the most common train derailment, where a wheel merely comes off of the track and they have to reset it back onto the track, which is the most common derailment, all the way up to and including a disaster that just happened in East Palestine, Ohio. So they can obscure that and say, well, this shit happens all the time. We have over 6,000 derailments a year. It's no big deal. Well, how many of those actually resulted in a Chernobyl style cataclysm such as occurred in Ohio? And the thing I found really interesting, it was almost like they didn't want anybody to be able to do anything about it by purposely not reporting on it. Of course, Ironton Auditor, he's right downriver, the Ohio River, in there near Ironton, Ohio. And I know other people that are in Ashland, just across the bridge. And when I spoke to them about it, and they said, what train derailment? And I'm like, nobody's told you or warned you or anything about this shit? No, we haven't heard anything. So after social media really got onto it, then the major news media went in, they reported on it, and you're not seeing a whole lot on it. But I did see an increase. Was there actually an increase in train derailments resulting in crashes like we saw? Because we had one reported in Louisiana, another one in South Carolina. There was another one someplace that took place too that had propane on board. And I'm like, so is this an increase in the reporting on it because of this? Are they trying to get us to manifest this more and more into our reality? Because they can't do this shit without our permission. And if we make it part of our ethos by going, oh my God, look at all this shit that's happening, is that what brings it into fruition? Or is it actually really occurring? Is there an actual increase in the events? Or is it just an increase in the reporting of these events? And this is kind of something I wanted to explore tonight, and I wanted to see anybody that wants to come up and talk about this. I think it'd be really an interesting discussion. Well, if I can get my mouse to act normal, there we go. Normal. There's a subjective term. So I'll pin that up into the top of the chat there, because I've noticed this. Now, the one thing that does kind of worry me is there are some really strange things happening. Earthquakes in Ontario, these massive tornadoes and hailstorms and shit that have gone through Texas and Oklahoma, Arkansas. And at the same time, Southern California, who hasn't seen any rain in years, is now inundated with flooding and snow. The snow in California, from what I've seen, is outrageous. There's a blizzard raging through Ontario. I mean, this weather is really strange. Meanwhile, here in Virginia, I mean, just a few hundred miles south of all of this, I am, outside tossing a ball with my dogs in a freaking t-shirt today. So it's like just some really, really freaky weather happening in this world today. And I don't know, man. It seems like there's really some big shit coming along, big ass earthquake in Turkey. I think there's 500,000 dead or more. We've got this thing here in Texas, in Ohio. This is just the start of this catastrophe, because they're really downplaying something that's really, really serious. These people, these residents in that area near the train derailment, are starting to have some problems, physically and medically. Now, whether or not that's part of the what happened there, or if it's coincidental, I think it's got something to do with it, because these people were fine, and then they've got this smell, and a lot of them, they can't go anywhere. Where are they going to go? Where the hell are these people going to go? And meanwhile, they're just dragging their feet about it. But it's all really important that we help out Ukraine for some reason. See, and these are the things that I'm trying to get at. It's like, why are they pushing these stories at you? Why are they pushing these ideas at you? I just look at it. I myself, I kind of take it in and just I'm observing. There's nothing I can really do about these things except just kind of look for patterns, keep track, and keep my head on a swivel. I don't know. Where are you guys at with this thing? Jared Jaguar's in here tonight too. Dreamy Lynn escaped the chains, catch 22. I was hoping Ryan would join us, but I hadn't heard any response back from him. But he does have a link in his email, so we'll see what happened. Art Akuto's here tonight. He's one. Art texted me and told me, he says, oh, the other day, he says, great. I get up and put my feet out of the bed right into water. And I'm like, what? And he's telling me about the all the crazy shit that's occurring there. And he's in the Southern California area. And it's it's really kind of screwed up, man. It really is. I'm going to just ditch my thing here for a second. There we go. I had to put in an order for coffee. Like an idiot, I thought I had made a cup of coffee. Maybe I did, and I just forgot to bring it in here with me. And rather than leave you fine people all alone on this, what is today? Saturday. Oh my God. Yeah. So another thing too, I don't know if you guys, I had heard that Dutch Sense is predicting an earthquake in the Quebec, Montreal area somewhere within the next couple of days, just based on his data. I tend to listen to what this guy says, because he's been right about 90% of the time or better about his predictions, where and when they're going to hit, how big they're going to be. I don't know if any of y'all have gotten into Dutch Sense at all on YouTube, but he's really got quite a, I don't know what his method really is, but good gravy. I'll tell you what, he's usually on. And the USGS is very petty about it. They're almost like they're jealous of him. They do everything in their power to shut him down, and there's no reason for it whatsoever. But they try. So Mike Smith says there's an increase of reporting on the train derailments, it seems. That's what I'm wondering about. It's like, have there been more with, I mean, let's face it, I have a train runs, about a half a mile behind my house. It's quite an active track. And a lot of times, I hear it go by and I look out and I can see it way over there. And it seems to have a lot of container tanker type things on it, and God knows I don't know what the fuck they're hauling. And I can say that it does appear that the rails are pretty bad shape. I mean, they're not real bad here, but they could stand to be better. The train has to go at a pretty limited speed to come through here. One of the neat things they got is on our water tower. I'm not real happy about them putting this shit on our water tower, but a bunch of RFID readers that track inventory on these trains as they go by. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So, they can get a complete inventory by the RFID chips in the cargo on the train as it goes by. What I'm not real tickled about is the fact that RFID is permeated into the water. We know that water carries memory, and I don't think that putting some of these frequencies into our water is a good thing. I don't know. What do you all think about that? Dreamy Lynn, I know she's not real. Let's see, she says she's been following Dutch since. What did you say? Hauling toxic goo just for you, Mr. B says. I've been following Dutch since for years. He's on the money 99% of the time. Yeah, he is. I mean, it's really crazy because for some reason the USGS, you would figure they would embrace what he's got going on, but instead they play like this petty jealousy bullshit game, you know, where I don't know, we're the big duck in the puddle, not you. And it's like, wait a minute, it's not about who's the big duck in the puddle. It's about who's getting the information and who's doing it, to the point where, it's actually helping people. I mean, if you let that information get out and he's saying, hey, be ready, I think there's going to be a such and such size earthquake in this area, people get their head on a swivel, right? And maybe be able to do something proactive to keep from falling in. You know what I'm saying? But they don't want that. It's almost like they want the casualties. Here's our good friend Eric, or in Chinese is Hang Bao Tang Gong Bang. And
you're a bad asset there. I haven't been able to keep in touch with you in the past few days.
oh yeah, I haven't been on. What do they call it? What's that stupid term they've been using? The metaverse for a couple of days. Just fucking watching, observing, doing other things.
I've been going to hell with my daughter, trying to break her away from it. Literally ballistic. Anyway, I'm not going to go into details, but yeah, it's pretty sad stuff out there.
Well, the thing that we got going, it's almost like it's like I'm in some kind of a weird fucking trip. I accept what I see, but I don't take it serious. You know what I'm saying? It's like I'll see some of this silly shit come across on a news feed or whatever, and I merely keep track of certain news feeds merely because I want to see. I detect patterns in what they're going to do and what they're getting ready to do, that kind of thing, based on the patterns I see in the types of stories that are promoted. And this gives me great insight into what stage of what they're doing they're on. It's very telling if you know what to look for. And I see these things come across and they just sound so fucking ridiculous when you just say it. And you're going, no way is this really occurring. There is no way that this is actually taking place. But it is, or at least they want me to think that it is. So let's go with this and see where they go. Let's see where they go with this, And I just don't take it as like it's not. None of it seems to really have any kind of an effect on me, because I'm not letting it anger me. I'm not letting it scare me. I just look at it for what it is, and that is what it is. All I can do is just be aware. If I think that by me yakking my face on YouTube is going to change any fucking thing, if that were the case, I wouldn't be allowed to do it. And that goes for anybody else that's out here in their supposed fucking truth communities or whatever the fuck, the metaverse or whatever else goddamn thing you got going on there. Yakking on the fucking Facebook, yakking on YouTube ain't going to change anything. But what you can do is you can at least get people aware. If I can get some people to pull their head out of their ass and actually see what's happening, hey, that's all I need to do. Now, what you do with it from there, that's up to you. But you gotta, that's my goal, is I just pull your head out of your ass. Let's look at this from an objective standpoint. Don't have a dog in the fight. Like, I hear a lot of people yelling about traitors and being against the nation and shit like that. And I'm like, wait a second. Whoa, what kind of Tavistock bullshit is that, man? Wait a second. I don't have a dog in the fight. All right. Nobody ever asked me, hey, do you want to be an American? I said, nobody ever asked me that. I just happen to be born within a boundary that somebody else drew on a paper representation of the earth. Okay. That doesn't make me in any way, shape, or form affiliated with the fucking control freaks that run that ground. at all.
Oh, when I hear the term traitor, whether it's applied to somebody, low lifes like us in the truther community, or a celebrity, politician, whatever, I've been asking, a traitor to what?
Right. You have to have an allegiance to something in order to to betray it, right? Which is what traitor is one who betrays, right? So I would have to have an allegiance to that. And what allegiance do I actually have? Do I love the land? Yes, I would say I do. It's a nice land. Okay. There's a lot of nice land in this world. The people, yeah, for the most part, the people around me, the people in my community, I dig them. I like them. I would protect them, right? Do I stand for what this fucking government and what this banner and all this shit stand? No, fuck no, not one bit. No, 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 no. Those are just criminals that have taken this place over. And that's the way I look at it. I've only been able to thrive not because of that, but despite that. And anybody else that thinks that they've prospered in any way because of them, no, no, no. You've only prospered as a result of despite them, because at every turn they try to knock you back at every turn. And that's the way I see it. I don't know.
Yeah, well, some people want to call my free travel the world and living, want to call it running away. Run away from where? Wait. Aren't I free to go where the hell ever I want for any time I want?
Exactly.
Or did I miss something?
It's like I don't understand where these ideas of and it comes from paranoia and this whole thing of keeping us divided. You see, where does it end? Okay, so now we've got it where you have to have a special piece of paper to go from what they call this country to that country, right? When does it come about where you're going to have a special piece of paper to go from this state to that state? I mean, or even from this town to that town. Where do you draw the line with your limitations on that? And who the fuck got to decide that? Right? I wasn't ever asked about it. I'm sure that none of you have ever been asked about it either. It's just implied and you accept it. Which is ridiculous, because then you got this whole thing. They foster this even through school, right? You say you got 4 little elementary schools in a school district, right? And this one over here is the bobcats, and this one over here is the fucking rattlesnakes, and this one over here, they got their little team and they got their little school colors and everything like that. And each kid in each one of those 4 schools is convinced that their school is superior to any of the other schools, and that the people that are in that school are much better than anybody else. And now each one of these schools are thinking that. This is the same thing on a national level. All right. But we're taking it down to this part. No, the thing that these kids don't understand in this collectivism is that they're all in the same shitty little school district and it don't fucking matter. And the only reason that they're in with this school rather than that school is by volition of where their parents decided to buy a goddamn house. Now it brings us right down to this thing. I'm proud to be white. I'm proud to be black. I'm proud to be an American. I'm proud to be this. I'm proud to be a fucking mammal. What the fuck? You had nothing to do with any of that shit. Where does this pride stem from? Well, because people that are the same color as me in the past did some shit. Well, that's cool. You didn't fucking do it. So how are you claiming pride in something that someone else did? That's stupid. It's like, oh, I'm proud to be a fucking mammal. I didn't have a choice in that. The thing people fail to understand, you could have been born anybody. And the real weird part is you were. So get out of the meat suit, man. Get out of the meat suit. Let's look at this thing from a spiritual standpoint and get out of the fucking meat suit. That's what you got to understand, man. The higher self is God. The self is the devil. If you look at it in that respect right there, there's your duality right there. The ego versus the higher self. Mark Basket says, oh shit, dropping facts. What do we got? Sound effects for that? Let me see. We got.
Look at this shit. my internet's getting jacked. I'm cutting in and out. No, it's like, so if let's say that somebody was living in California for X amount of years, and recently they decided to go down to Texas.
Mhm.
Are they a traitor? Is that called running away? Were they supposed to stand there and fight in a fake place called California? And fight for what?
Right,
A patch of dirt?
right.
Oh,
It's
here we go. You know, stop. You know what's going on here with the? You know what?
hang on.
Yeah, whatever.
Freedom fighter. Let's not
I'm
have
not even gonna.
freedom fighter. Let's try to not have problems. All right. Is that unless that's why you came here was to have problems? We don't
I'm
need
not
that.
addressing it. I'm
Okay?
going. Yeah,
I'm just saying.
I'm not even looking at it.
We're gonna
Made
all
up
try
stuff.
not to call anyone the N word, and especially not with a hard R. Okay, there's a difference there. There's a difference. We have to look at that. I was
Now, my buddy Noah actually looked at it briefly. He can't even find the replay. It looks pretty fishy anyway.
Well, are we
Yeah,
talking
so
about
that's
are we
okay.
talking about a place that notoriously takes erroneous assumptions, treats them as fact, and then constructs a narrative from it?
Oh, and also actually likes to use people's likeness and make videos and cartoons out of them. So,
Well, whatever floats your boat's the way I look at it. I don't care. There again, the irrelevance of it. What does that have to do? Some jackass has an opinion. Cool. That's the way I look at it. Do I give a flying rat's ass about their opinion? No, not really. Not for any real. No, I don't. And that's cool. People are welcome to think whatever they want. If they're not happy about the content of what we have here, is a really cool thing you can do, like go to another fucking channel, But no, I'm not going to have that kind of drama bullshit arguing and stuff over here and continuously going on about, oh, this is the last time I don't even address the dumb shit, What's happening, Christos?
Hi, Dave.
What's going on, brother?
I'm sorry. I didn't want to take it this direction, but it was already going there. Eric, the fact that you're talking about, you still don't know what they're talking about, and it's some fake edited
oh,
clip or whatever.
shut
I
up,
was there.
later, bye.
I was listening. No. Just let me say this. I'm not gonna harass you or barrage you about it. I just want to say a couple words, and I'll move on from it. Cause I'm not trying to incite drama for real, but I just want to do this for the sake of just getting it out there. Eric, I was there on that stream in real time when it happened, and yeah, you used the F word for homosexuals, and then right after you said the ER, the hard R of the N word. And moments before you had like a ski mask on or something, and you were acting kind of weird, and then you were let back on within a minute, and the mask was off. It was your complete face, like you were taking the mask off, and boom, you said the F word for homosexual, and then you said the N word with the hard R, and I'm not even really thinking about that shit anymore. But just the fact that you're gonna speak on it, Eric, and play this, try to play dumb. It's just
Let me
bullshit.
let me ask.
Yeah, I'm not even worried
Can I
about
ask
it,
you a
but
question, though,
it's a
Krista?
real situation.
Can I ask you?
Yeah,
Can I ask you a question? All right.
yeah.
We have literary works that were written in a different time period that are still considered classics. And if I were to orate one of those classics, okay, would I be considered a bigot or a bad person if, like, for instance,
Am I?
Huckleberry Finn did not ask N-word Jim to pass him the paddle, did he? No, the guy had a name and it incorporated with the hard R, that name, okay? Was it an offensive word? No, not really. We've turned it into an offensive word, okay?
You were about to ask me. You were about to pose a question.
All right, so my question was, would I be considered a bad person if I orated that literary work, word for word, where it does use the hard R, N word?
Within my personal opinion, And what I think is just the more sensible, just view of things is, no, that's not problematic now in this type of PC.
Right. That's what I'm getting at, is that it's a through this cancellation culture that we have. I think that a lot of things have turned around to where they make you have to censor your speech. You actually look at the etymology of the word itself that everyone is offended by. If you look at the etymology of it, it comes from the word Negro, which of course means black. The bastardization of that word with the southern accent of like around Georgia and in the South Carolina area, the way people like, for instance, here we have a town called Shenandoah, but the people pronounce it Shenandoah. Okay, there's no R in it or anything, right? It's a bastardization of the actual word. Everybody knows what they're talking about. And so what it turned out, it went from Negro to Negra, to the word that's offensive to everyone. Okay, there again, you still go into the Spanish. What is the Spanish word for black? Negro. Right? So we've taken it to mean something like that, people to get offensive. And what you can do with that is through censorship, is you can cause people to self-censor themselves based on, and a lot of times, ridiculous things, because in all reality, words, their effect only are based within the intent behind the word. In other words, a lot of times, a lot of Christians, right, they'll go, oh, you should not cuss. Okay, although cussing is considered vulgar, if I smack my thumb with a hammer while I'm working on my bathroom, right, I'm liable to go, oh, fuck, right? Is that a sin? No. Okay, it wasn't, because there was no intent directed toward anyone. Maybe a little bit of hatred toward my hammer, but you know what I'm saying? Whereas, in opposed to using the word in the context of going, you know what? Fuck you, Christos, right there. Okay, so now what do I have? I have intent behind it. And it's the intent behind the vibration that is the most important. And this is why we can see it funny when a comedian says the word in a context of a joke, whereas opposed to when a redneck says it with hatred toward a black person. You see what I'm saying? It's all within the context, but everybody is taking it to be the word itself, and they're misunderstanding and misrepresenting where the fucking context of when that is used inappropriately. You understand? I even saw a guy one night, he was on a stream and he was talking about how people are conditioned like that to be offended by a word. And he used the FAG word as an example. He says people are programmed to get triggered at the mention of that word. And lo and behold, as he was explaining this, there were people in the chat losing their fucking minds because he used that word, proving his point 100%. I mean, you know, so whether or not he did say that, that's his cross to bear. That's his burden. As far as I know, I didn't see it. If somebody else did and I see it, you know, I'll take it for what it's worth. Am I gonna beat him up over it? No. Have I done things in the past that I probably shouldn't have said or probably shouldn't have done? Absolutely. Absolutely. Given the whole meaning of to repent is to reflect back and know what you've done wrong and see it as wrong. You see? So I give everybody that opportunity. You know, I won't tolerate any hateful speech like that on my platform, but I'm also not going to go, oh, you have to really be
Can you hear
careful
me?
about the words. I didn't hear you saying anything.
Oh, but you can hear me now. I'm just doing mic check. Mic
Yeah,
check,
yeah,
that's
I
all.
can hear you now really good.
Okay. Okay, I didn't mean to interrupt there. I just didn't know if you
That's
could
all
hear
right.
me.
It's all right. But you see what I'm getting at?
I agree with you for mostly all of that. Eric's just being a punk and being a straight up liar. I had to hold his feet to the fire, and that's all. And that I just wanted to put that on the record up here. But I'm not gonna like go on about it for anyone or for him. But I was just like I said, I was there. I saw it happen, and I
Mhm,
don't even care for real, but especially like the F word.
mhm.
I'm not gonna say it because YouTube, because apparently it's like one of those
Right.
words, but I mean I use it all the time, and it's like you know, I don't. I
Well,
don't have any
I
type.
gotta
I don't have any type of intention of hatred towards gay people
right,
with it. So like,
right.
I
That's
feel you on that. I just know I saw it and I heard it and I felt it when Eric said that word. He had hatred. Now it was hatred towards Paul. It was, I guess, a weird word to use, a kind of out of place, but like, uh, I could still. He had a lot of animosity when he used that word, and he seemed crazed, like he was either drunk or on something. Like, it was just over the top.
very
It
well
was like
may.
what it's like a young kid trolling on a Call of Duty or some shit.
Yeah.
Just the way he did it, it was like, but it wasn't even comedic. There was a lot of hate with it, so
Well,
that's why,
don't you
you know,
find it? Don't you find it
yeah.
fascinating how people can get so jacked and bent over the opinion of somebody else has? You know, and what I mean by that is like, um, I don't know, maybe I'm just a different breed. If you don't like what I've got to say and you don't, that's fine with me. I don't care. You know, you can go elsewhere. But this idea of self-proposed importance to the point where it's like you must validate yourself to me in order and gain my acceptance, in order to be relevant. And I'm like, who in the fuck is this cat, man? Was there a ceremony? I mean, did somebody have a fucking ceremony? You got a scroll or a badge or something? I didn't get the memo, it's how do you matter now?
Didn't you see the procession?
The what?
I said, didn't you see the procession?
Of the planets?
like like laying the red carpet down.
Oh yeah, I mean, yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I'm waiting for. I was like, God damn, I missed that. I didn't get the memo. I must have been out of town. Okay, well, if that matters to you, that's go ahead. You can be that in your world. I'm good with it. Go ahead and do your thing. I find it that I don't know why more people don't just adopt that. Somebody says, "Oh, this, that, and the other about this guy," and it's like, "Oh, okay, who fucking cares?" I mean, how does that affect you in any way, shape, or form? You know, um, I don't know. Maybe I'm just different when it
No,
comes.
I'll be honest. I still, I was there when the shit happened with Z, and like, I'll be honest, even though I'm over there on Paul's and like, I enjoy the content, and I show my support. I do say that I still stand by. I don't know why they ever came at you for real. I don't think it's like a big deal, too much, but at the same time, it was over the top, and like Z like made you an enemy of him. And then I remember when there was that stream, and they like did a Photoshop of your face and Z,
Yeah.
and uh, so and that's why I still come over here, and I'm not trolling you. I'm not coming on here saying the shit about Eric to like mess up the stream or troll you. It's just I
Well,
legitimately have an issue with that guy, how he's acted recently, playing dumb.
here's
But
what here's what I thought was kind of hurtful, though,
well,
Christmas.
let me just say
Yeah, go
this.
ahead. Go ahead.
I've had problem. Uh, I've had like kind of falling out with like OTW and Ian. And I know you've been kind of conjoined with them recently, and there's been this whole like Paul thing happening. So I I my bad if you I don't know if you take issue with me like going over there. Obviously, that's not really like a I'm trying to think how I should phrase it. Uh, are you about to say like I'm doing
Well,
something wrong? Like I should
no,
push
no, no,
back
no, no,
for how they've
no,
come at you?
no, no.
You
Listen,
know,
everybody's
but
free to
I
do
still
whatever they
like you,
want.
dude. I won't lie. I've sat back and I let them say all their shit, and I've never joined in on it for real. I've always just kind of observed it. Some of the stuff is funny, just like from a comedic standpoint, but like like calling you like a retrobate and like an infidel, like at half the time. Well, at first I really thought it was like an act, but then over time I'm like, like these dudes gotta be messing around, but like I guess they're not. Like, but like at the same time, I can't take it seriously because it's like they really view you as like a really bad guy.
I don't understand that. And I don't understand. That's why I say they took erroneous assumptions, rolled them into little pieces of truth, and spun a narrative on it. And the reality of it is look, the whole thing started with Z, right? And this was what kind of hurt me about it, right? He'd come on my panel. I don't know if you'd seen that, but he berated a couple of people that come on there because I have people from the other side of the spectrum come on all the time. I'm friends with them. Doesn't mean I agree with them, but I'm not hoping to change them, and they're not hoping to change me. The benefit is to the listener who hears both logical sides of the argument without people calling each other names and shit. You know, oh, you bootlicker, oh, you fucking criminal, you know, all that shit. We don't do that. So consequently, channels like Welsh News Network, right? I disagree with him 100% on everything, and he knows it. And likewise, however, he and I have had lively debates, and he's a nice guy. Okay. I don't agree with his views. He doesn't agree with mine, but I'm sure I could go hang out and fucking shoot a round of golf with him or whatever else, right? I don't have to be a fucking enemy of people and shit. And so consequently, those people respect me. They don't agree with me, but they respect me. And that's why they took up for me. I mean, that was amazing to me. And what had happened with Z was he had gotten shitty with some people on my panel. And not once, but twice, where he just talked over people and berated them. And I have to say, he bullied them, in my opinion. But I wanted to wait and talk to him outside of being on air. Okay. I was looking for an opportunity. And so I went over to Ian's, and I was looking to see that perhaps Z would show up there. After all, they did a stream together. I was unaware of any animosity between the two of them at all. Okay. And so I even went in there with the intention of telling Z that, hey, bro, there's somebody at channel's getting ready to come after you over that bullshit on my stream. Just heads up, right? And I also
I remember that. Yep.
And I also wanted to tell him, I wanted to say, look, dude, you've got great information, but you're going about it the wrong way, man. You're going to drive people away with that attitude, with that fucking bullying on them. Present your facts, stand in your facts, but let them, like I say, give them enough rope. Give them enough rope. Do it that, you know, and that's what I wanted to talk to him outside of the YouTube streets or whatever the fuck they call it, right? But instead of that, he came on that stream and then acted like an asshole to people there. And I was like, holy shit. Yes, I have to agree. He acted like an asshole. It's right there. You can see it. Now, whatever their past bullshit was or anything, that was just my opinion. But he took that as some kind of like I was supposed to back him up for acting that way. Then he goes over to Paul and starts washing his dirty underwear over there on it, and then gets Paul's sights set on me to fuck with me. I hadn't even done nothing to Paul. Next thing I know, this guy's wanting to fuck with me. And I'm like, who is this guy to fuck with anybody? You know, I don't, what the fuck is going on? What the hell did I really do? Nothing. So fuck you. You're the one with the problem, not me. Hopefully you'll get over it. I have. You know, so that's where this shit really all came from. And it's stupid. You know, if there's any shit to even talk of, I don't know if he's still fucking with me or not. I don't pay any attention, to tell you the truth. Yeah, Logan and Nick. Chuck in Tennessee was telling me. It was Logan and Nick.
I don't know who Logan and Nick are.
Okay, Logan Sandman is a retired ex-federal DEA agent. Okay. And Nick Sandman, or Nick Volt, is a supposedly a professor of physics at some university in California. Now, you see, these are people that come on my panel that are from the other side of the spectrum for lively debate and discussion.
Yeah.
And we don't yell at each other and call each other names. As soon as that shit starts, that you're gone. Okay? That's how I operate with it. And so I'm able to have people. Yes. I can have people from different sides, right? And so when I showed up over on Welsh News Network, I was in his chat and he asked me to come up. So I came up. Everybody on there had a blue line flag background. And so because of that, people are saying, oh, look, Sovereign supports the blue line flag. No, I don't. Do you see a blue line flag behind me? What do you see on my fucking hat? You know, where you get this, because I'm talking to someone that supports that automatically makes me support that. What the fuck is wrong with your mind? See, and
Right, yeah.
those are the type of chained down minds that look, man, you're too far gone. I can't fucking help you. And that's my whole goal, is just free your fucking mind. How many of your ideas, thoughts, and opinions are actually yours? And how many of them were given to you? And we're talking from Jump Street. The whole globe Earth, that was given to you. You would have never come to that fucking conclusion on your own. No way in hell would you have ever come to the idea that you live on a ball spinning around. Never.
Facts.
They had to tell you that dumb shit. And that's what I'm talking about. It starts with that. And then it's like everything else, the Republican Democrat thing, the fucking deep state thing, all of it, man, it's all given to you. And I think, like, what the topic of this is, that they manipulate the appearance of frequency of events by just merely reporting on more frequently. You know, like, for instance, if there was 50 murders a year happened in a state, but the news only covered like 3 normally, and then they want to push, say, a gun control bill through Congress, right? So what do? They report on every fucking shooting. No matter how minor or major, they're going to report on every fucking one of them to seed it into your mind that people are getting killed all over the fucking place. We got to do something about these guns. That's the whole thing. So I know they do it in that respect. Are they doing it with these other events too? Are these normal, or is there an actual increase? And I wonder, what do you think?
One second. I'll weigh in 1 second. My bad.
Because I have to look at, but there are some big shit going on. Turkey, earthquake, all these disasters that are going on worldwide that seem to be really weird shit. Like I said, the North is getting pummeled with snow right now, and I'm outside with a goddamn t-shirt on, man. It's weird. What's up, Jack Talcott?
Oh, my brother. I was waiting that you were getting into back to the conversation I'm interested in. What do you think? I think there is a quickening.
Yeah.
So it's an expansion of both. Sorry, you were saying something, Christos.
Oh, my bad, man. I just wanted to get it out real quick before the conversation furthered. Yeah, I think there's a certain exaggeration where they like when you said there's an over-reporting. Yeah, I think that's exactly it. I think in all reality, it's not happening as much as they're saying it is. But if they can keep saying that it's happening here, there, and everywhere, and all our minds are going to be giving it that attention, that focus, and that energy, I think that's just going to be it's going to be just as viable as if it was actually happening everywhere, all over the place. If we're having that energy and that reaction, and so it's like in some weird inverse way that they're still getting things accomplished how they want with the loosh and the negative, fearful energy.
Mm-hmm. And it's on just about every level. I think about every other week I read about some asteroid that's going to almost just barely miss the Earth or something. And I'm like, oh my God, shut up. I'm like, God damn. Since I was a little kid, like with Iran, right? That they've only been a short few months away from obtaining a nuclear weapon ever since I was like 16. So I have to wonder, what really? Come on. A lot of this shit is like you're saying for the loosh, but I wonder if by putting it in the ethos, into our collective consciousness, that it causes more of a manifestation of the effect.
Yes.
They already, like with this train derailment thing, they seeded it into our minds already with that White Noise movie, and then to have it play out just almost in real life. And everybody's, oh, ain't that just a coincidence? And nobody noticing, hey, did you know they gave all those people medical fucking bracelets like a month before this? Did you all know about that?
I hadn't heard that part. No.
Yeah. The state or the government came in there and ran this fucking medical ID bracelet program in, of all places, East Palestine.
Dave, serious, dude. It's like it's scripted, but you've got to be insane, absolutely insane to script the reality we are living, dude. So
Well,
it's got to be Satan's world, man.
that's what well, I've said that. I've said that. That's obvious, man. That's obvious. And because it's no way that you could humanly, like mortal humanly, do this. You know what I'm saying? It's coming from a higher dimension, you know, and I don't mean better. I just mean a different frequency. And that seems to be really apparent because, and it's like, it almost, it seems as though, like you're saying, a quickening. And yes, I think it's also they're reporting on all of it as well. But it's almost like they go, okay, look at time's fucking up. And they're hitting us with that doomsday clock again. Now, what are we, like 30 seconds to midnight or some shit? They're always saying that. It's another fear thing. But they're also, they go in there with this, I'll bring you up in just a second, Eric, that they seed this into your fucking mind. They seed it into your mind and then they bring it into fruition, you know? And like I've said, each one of these things, I don't know. I'm seeing a quickening, I think events and this fucking Mandela effect's got me all screwed up, bro. These changes in the Bible. Did I show you that, Jack? Did you see that with the H? The H on Holy Bible is not capitalized anymore, man.
Well, it is on mine. I mean,
what's the big one they changed? Didn't it go from the lion with the
it's a wolf. Lion shall lie with the lamb. It's now a wolf. You've got okay. There's the Lord's Prayer instead of trespasses and trespassers. It's debts and debtors.
Oh yeah, I've heard that. That's a recent one, correct? Or
there's 3 mentions of unicorns.
Wait. I'm sorry. So you're saying the words in the Bible changed from forgive us our trespassers to forgive us our debts?
Yes.
And debtors?
Yes.
Or, brother, that is the solution for global reform. For debts to be forgiven and slavery to end.
All right. So you guys are on board. You'll understand what I'm talking about, right? So in Revelations, it talks about the Leviathan from the sea shall spread its tentacles across the face of the earth. Okay. So what is the sea? That's commerce. That's commerce. Oh, yeah. What is the Leviathan? Who made the laws? Who made the laws? The Levites. The Levites. So the Leviathan, through the commercial law, has spread its tentacles throughout the earth.
Yes.
Crazy. So these are kind of good. These are kind of good changes, perhaps. I don't know about the going from the line.
Well, I don't know. There's unicorns in there, Eric.
Yeah.
Oh, and another thing too. If they don't have 2 lambs, if they don't have lambs to sacrifice, they can use turtles now. Yeah, you got to look at my last stream. I went through a whole shitload of Bible Mandela effects, and it's some of it is like what? There's 2 verses where the Lord repents. There's another verse that talks about the Lord and his creator, God and his creator.
It says God and his father.
And it's like, what in the fuck are you people talking about in here? Some really, really oddball shit, and it changes the context. Of course, we know of the one where it talks about the putting new wine into old skins, right? Okay. What that means, that's true. If you try to put fresh wine in skin that's already been melded to another wine, it'll eat the seams. The acidicness will tear the seams and it'll burst. All right. It's a parable that means once somebody's been older and hardened into their fucking beliefs, it's hard to give them new information. They can't handle it. That's what the thing refers to. Now it's changed from skins to bottles, which makes absolutely no sense because you can put piss in a bottle and it doesn't fucking matter. So the whole thing makes absolutely zero sense now. But that's what it was. That's what it is, and apparently has always been. And the weird thing about it is that this fluidity of our reality that has allowed these changes to occur retroactively. In other words, these things have changed in Bibles that people have had on their shelves for generations.
That's what I was just going to ask you. I mean, I was just, I was just going to ask if you're just relying on digital formats or if you actually have confirmation that it's.
Oh, I have a 1611 replica of the King James Bible. All the calligraphy, everything in it. And I'll be damned if the things have changed in there as well. And until just recently, somebody said, oh my God, the fucking H in Holy Bible is now not capitalized, which is it's a proper name. It's supposed to be capitalized, right? I go and look, and sure as hell, it's changed. Now, some people's copies, it hasn't changed on yet. This thing was primarily like in King James Version, and now it's permeating over into the NIV. It's permeating into other copies and translations of the Bible as well. It's just inexplicably happening. Not with new ones on the shelves, ones people have had in their possessions for years.
It's not capitalized now? Really?
It's not capitalized. The H in Holy Bible is not capitalized any longer. It's a small H.
That's weird.
I was under the presumption that generally a Holy Bible would have been all caps, but with the, the one big, the first letter, even a bigger, you know how they do that also? It's all uppercase, but
uppercase letters, right? No,
well, let's stick with the facts, though. Like I said, my Bible still has a capital H. It's the Bible that you have, seems to be different. If you remember it being different, but I've had the Bible that I've had for about 20 years now, and it hasn't changed. Some of the passages in it, I remember them being one way. Maybe I'm wrong, but it seems like some of those passages aren't the way I remember them. But as far as the title goes, it's still the same. It's still capital H, capital B.
Well, get back to us next week.
It's not just just like the Bible either. It's like one that I know for sure because I got a talking to by the principal. I wrote a short story parody about the Berenstain Bears, but it was also an Anne Frank type story. They were hiding in the attic from Nazis. There was wolf Nazis in the forest looking for bears. Okay. And it was kind of funny, but it was like went along the historical lines. I didn't, go overboard or anything like that. But I remember because, Berenstain, that would be a Jewish name. Yep. And that's what made it work. And I got a long talking to by the principal about the importance of the Holocaust and shit. I remember this, man. So you're not going to tell me it was Berenstain. I would have never even made the fucking joke. You see?
Right. Mm-hmm. I love those types of things. The context of situations from the past. And that gets into like residual evidence as well.
Well, they're the residue, right? Okay, so this Lord's Prayer has changed to forgive us our debts as we forgive our debtors. Okay, I'm like, no, that's not correct. And then the other night I was watching a movie, and in the movie this girl was scared and she started saying the Lord's Prayer, and she said it, forgive us our trespasses as we forgive those who trespass against us. And I went, oh, residue. Mm-hmm. Right there. And we're seeing where there's little bits of residue. We saw it on OTW's channel where he had Dark Side of the Moon. And it had changed to the Dark Side of the Moon, but the fucking label on the record still said Dark Side of the Moon, not the Dark Side of the Moon. And I think that's a recent one. And here we are on the 50th anniversary of it, Dark Side of the Moon, which I will tell you the album cover is a hint. The album cover is a hint about the moon. I'm telling you right now. And we talk about that, about the whole idea.
Isn't it a black background with a triangle and a kind of a rainbow prism?
It's a prism thing. Light's coming through the prism and it's breaking up. into the reality.
Right.
That's
Okay.
what we are.
Yep.
I remember that album when I was young. Loved that album. I can't recall any songs right now, but I do remember loving that album.
I lived. I can sit and listen to that fucking album with headphones on. I've heard it ever since the first day it ever came out.
Hey,
I
they're gonna
was a
change the
Pink
track.
Floyd maniac, man. I loved it. Animals. Oh my God, it's such an underrated album. That is a great album. Sit down, smoke a joint, and listen to Dogs and compare it to the way the world is. Oh my God.
Hey,
They're gonna change the track Money to,
You say Dogs?
Bitcoin.
Yeah.
Y'all continue, but I got something to say about Dogs here in a second.
Oh, go ahead, man.
Oh, okay. So I was just gonna say I'm actually wearing a Pink Floyd shirt right now. That was given to me by this 30-year-old that I was sleeping with back when I worked at this restaurant. Super cool, 30-year-old hippie chick. I was like 23, 22, and she gave me this Pink Floyd shirt, this vintage Pink Floyd shirt that's yellow and like pink and purple, and super cool shirt. But like, you brought up that song, Dave, and I actually meant to in one of the older streams bring that up to you, that song, because you mentioned it. And like, whether you're smoking weed or like tripping acid, that's the perfect song to listen to. How long it is, and then that guitar, and just the overall vibes of that song are really intense. And I would listen to that song while I was, having sex with this 30-year-old on acid, just having like crazy sex, listening to that song. I was like, wow, like it was just like the epitome of the epitome, like the highest of all highs of life. Just like, wow, man, talk about like living like a rock star, dude. So that song means a lot to me. And I think it means a lot to a lot of people. Their music in general is fucking fire.
What's it say? You got to be crazy. You got to have a real need. You got to sleep on your toes. And when you're on the street, you got to be able to pick out the easy meat with your eyes closed. And then moving in silently, downwind and out of sight, you got to strike when the moment is right without thinking. And it's all about stabbing each other in the fucking back. Looking people in the eye and dicking them over, and it's after a while you can work on points for style, like the club tie and the firm handshake, a certain look in the eye and the easy smile. You have to be trusted by the people that you lie to, so that when they turn their backs on you, you get the chance to put the knife in.
Dude.
So you got to keep one eye looking over your shoulder. It's going to get harder and harder as you get older. Yeah, and in the end, you'll pack up and fly down south, hide your head in the sand, just another sad old man all alone and dying of cancer. And when you lose control, you'll reap the harvest that you've sown. And as the fear grows, the bad blood slows and turns to stone. And it's too late to lose the weight you used to need to throw around. So have a good drown as you go down all alone, dragged down by the stone.
Describing the American way, man.
It is, bro. It is. It's the shit, man.
Hey.
It's a great song. I mean, there's more to it, but I mean, just the sounds in it, and it's really cool because there's dogs that like bark and howl in the background, and some of them are real and some of them are synthesized. But it don't matter. My dogs respond, man. They all sit there and tilt their head. My dog Brandy loves it when I play that song, man. She'll lay down right in front of the stereo.
I made a note. I'm gonna check it out. Maybe it's because it's not coming up to mine. But hey, before I forget, Dave, I had an idea last night, and I'm hoping Ryan or you might be willing to help me out with it.
What is it?
What I was thinking of trying to share a message to our brothers and sisters in uniforms, right? The ones who get paid to wear a costume and enforce the laws of the bankers.
Yeah, I used to wonder why I was stationed in Frankfurt.
Did you ever?
Indianapolis?
Frankfurt,
I mean, wait, what am I saying? Frankfurt, where?
West Germany, one of the largest banking cities in the world.
Ah.
I mean, you step off the train at the main train station in downtown Frankfurt, and all around you are these Deutsches Bundesbank, Chase. I mean, they're right there. In fact, the original House of Rothschild, the Rothschild Bank, was in Frankfurt. And the weird thing is, it's an old place called Romerplatz. It's the old part of the city. And there's lots of little beer vendors and shit down there. It's really cool church and stuff. And I used to sit right in front of the Rothschild's house drinking beer and didn't know that's whose house it was until just a couple of years ago.
Wow.
And I was like, oh, wow. Okay. I get it now. And why I was there, you know. Of course, when I was there at the time, shit, I was 18 years old. I didn't give a fuck, man. I was drinking beer and banging hookers. Who cares, you know?
That was me too.
For my service, right?
That was me too, man. And that's what I was thinking. I'm tired of seeing these kids get recruited off or hearing about these kids being sent off. You know, they need to know who it is that they're serving, and really the people on the inside are the ones who need to really start asking questions, saying, hey, whoa, what the hell's going on here? Who are we? Why are we doing this? Because
you know, that's what the whole
Jack,
story. Go ahead, Eric.
No, but when he said when you're in the inside, they rope you in. You know this as well with the post office. Like, you got a vested interest. You have a quote unquote career path. It's like that's hard for a lot of people, man.
I understand that.
You give that along with that that Tavistock fucking propagandized shit. You've just got these guys freshly out of a 15,000 hour indoctrination program. Okay. And what I was going to say is the best movie to exemplify what you're talking about. In fact, it was banned in Germany. It was All Quiet on the Western Front. The book and the movie were banned in Germany just because it was so anti-war. And if you're not familiar with the story, it follows a young man by the name of Paul Bauer, and he's in his last bit of school. And the school teacher's talking about how Germany needs all their young, brave men and the valor and the glory and everything else about fighting for the fatherland and all this other shit, right? And he goes out and experiences war. Him and his schoolmates all enlist. And it shows so many facets of how when somebody's given a little bit of power, how they'll abuse it, showing that the reality of war, of what was happening to this guy, his psyche, him having to lay in a foxhole with a man dying that he had just killed. The man, you know, and then realizing how sorry he was for it. Looking through the man's belongings as he dies and seeing the picture of the man's wife and child at home and shit, and realizing what this really was. And then it shows him going back to his town, to the school, and he hears the schoolmaster giving the same old tired speech that he heard. And he comes in and they're like, oh, here's one of our brave young men now. Oh yeah, you don't want me to talk, buddy, because he tells him what it's like. He tells him what it is. And I'll tell you what, it's a great movie. Don't watch the new one. Netflix just did All Quiet on the Western Front. It's a great World War I movie. It is not All Quiet on the Western Front. It doesn't follow the storyline in any way, shape, or form. Characters are omitted, other characters added, events added that didn't take place in the original story. But the best one, well, there's the original with Lou Ayres.
Yep.
Was one of the best ones. It's one of the first talkie movies. And then another real good one is got Ernest Borgnine and what's that guy's name that played John Boy Walton? Thomas, what's his name?
Howell?
You know the guy I'm talking about with the mole on his face? He played John Boy on the Waltons. Richard Thomas. And he plays Paul Bauer in that one, and it's a colorized version made for TV that was really good. I think they did it in 1979.
Oh, I didn't even know that one existed.
Yeah,
I mean, I know the original one.
And it follows the storyline really, really closely. But this last fiasco, I wish there was a comment section on Netflix, because I would have said that it was the worst fucking adaptation of that story anybody could have possibly ever made. It really, they dropped the ball completely, because that it is like what you're talking about. They go in there and they give them these hyped up stories about glory and honor and fighting for freedom and fighting for America. And then when you get to be my age and you realize what the fuck it really is about, it's nothing more than to make rich people richer. It's not for some altruistic motive of going in to free people from bondage or to bestow fucking democracy or any of that bullshit. It's all about corporations and fucking money when you come down to it, every bit of it. And if you could actually get these testosterone poisoned young men to realize that it's not a Call of Duty game, that, you know, you will probably most likely in combat have to pick pieces of your friend out of your hair, you know, and get the true realities that you're going to go into an area you just got done shooting and shelling, and you're going to find dead children that died as a result of your shooting and your shelling. And then they wonder why there's a problem with the veterans when they come home with their minds.
What was the Vietnam one with Michael J. Fox? That was a pretty.
Sean Penn was in it too.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, he was one of the pieces of shit.
Something about red something. I know the one.
They kidnapped the girl, and they were
going to try to molest her.
Yeah, and Michael J. Fox was the only one that kind of said, "Yeah, no," but then in the end. What the hell was the name of that one?
Go along to get along type of thing. I know the one you're talking about. It didn't get a lot of publicity. That movie didn't.
No, it was pretty dark. I mean, it was pretty dark.
War is dark, and people need to realize that. And about every 20 years, they start beating the fucking war drums, you know. And what they have to do is get our consent. They can't do it without our consent. So how do they do that? They propagandize us so that they can get us to beat our chests and go, we need to go do something about those motherfuckers, right? So just like after 9/11, we need to go get payback. We were all emotional. We were under a fucking spell. We went, God damn it, we need to go fucking crush those ragheads. I mean, and I was guilty. Let me tell you, I still have them. You remember the most wanted cards? You remember the most wanted cards, the playing cards, right? I have a deck of those. And when I bought them was not long after that. I had to go up to DC to pick up my brother at a train station, right? And on the way back, we stopped at a convenience store, which of course was operated by Middle Eastern people. And they were selling those things. And so while I was standing in line, I was so embrazened that I was sitting there looking at the cards and holding it up and comparing it to everybody behind the fucking counter while I was waiting in line, just as a joke, right? But still, what are they going to do about it? They dare not say shit. Everybody's ready to kick your ass anyway. I mean,
that's probably why they were. That's probably why they were selling them. They're like, hey, let's sell these things.
Yeah. But I still got them. They're a collector's thing. You know, it's going to be probably worth some money or something one day, or at least something really cool to show the grandkids. Hey, you want to see something funny? But that propaganda right there really got everybody anti-Islamic. Telling people that Islam teaches shit that it doesn't, you know, and there's a difference between true Islam and foxhole Islam too. Same as there is between true Christianity and foxhole Christianity. You know, I think it's ironic that a chaplain will say a prayer, you know, we want you, God, to please bless these guys as they break your commandment of thou shalt not kill, and allow them to be unharmed as they break your commandment. Amen. What, really?
It's insanity, dude. It's absolute insanity, and it's right in front of our face. That is what's so divine. Okay, that's where I'm at. There's got to be a divine force that's like revealing this so we can learn.
Well, how did we escape the spell, Jack? How
We
did
gotta
we
wait.
get out of the spell?
How do we? I know how.
How did we? There are so
Oh,
many that are still immersed into the spell so hard. What broke us away out of the spell? How are we no longer affected by the spell? I mean, I'm going to reword that. How are we no longer fully affected by the spell? I can't say that we're not affected by it all. I'm just saying that we
right.
broke away from the idea that, okay, the first step in having a spell is to convince the person that they're not in a spell. If I want you to be really coolly hypnotized, if I can convince you that you're under hypnosis, that you're not hypnotized, are you going to come out of it? Fuck no.
Right.
So how did we break through? That's what I want to know. Was it psychedelics? For me, I think it was.
Possibly.
Well, when I was in Paris Island, and I grew up in a Catholic Christian family, but they're like, "Oh, you got to go to church, church on Sunday." And I'm like, "Wait a minute, I'm here to be a soldier. Which one is it?" So I'm like, "I'm not going to go to church and be a Marine." So I just didn't jive with it. I'm like, that doesn't line up.
Right.
Well, here
contradictory.
we thought for ourselves, to each to different degrees, each to different stages. That is when I broke out of my subconscious, because I was living the American dream, just friggin' asleep at the wheel and drinking myself every day.
Yeah. Suppress it.
So I was living a subconscious life between my drinking state or my fog of recovery.
Mhm.
And I wasn't thinking. I was just obeying what I did in the past or what others told me to do. So when I chose to change, I started taking responsibility for me, right? And thinking for myself, making my own choices, breaking from the patterns of the past. That was my experience.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I do believe it is by some grace, right? There's something beyond us that somehow we've been blessed to wake up and not be, living in this land of fear like everyone else.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know where everyone's at, but Dave, you seem pretty well cool and grounded with, all right, I'm here.
Well, yeah, fear I found that it doesn't do you any good.
No.
Concern is one thing, and to
Yes.
put like I do, I look for patterns. And but as far as fearing it, it's like, let's suppose that, some kind of a doomsday event is scheduled. We know it's going to happen. Let's just say that. All right. What the fuck am I going to do about it?
Right.
Nothing. It's okay. So it's a lot of this shit I can just, watch and see how it plays out, adapt, overcome, and improvise.
That's the key.
That's all you can really do, because you never know exactly what you're going to be hit with at any one time. And right now it seems like they're wanting to hit us with every fucking thing they got all at once.
Well, that brings us back. I think this is the time of the divide.
Mm-hmm.
It is the quickening. And that book, the Bible, is, well, even just logic. If you don't love the truth, you're going to imagine something else and you're going to fall in love with your imaginations.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So the delusion is set upon those who don't love the truth. Well, in this pretend world, people love money. They love money and they love security.
Fancy pants. Owen Benjamin calls it fancy pants and lollipops.
Yeah.
And that's true. You get the fancy pants, the lollipops, and the special boy status. You see? And that right there, that's a fat cat. That right there's a domesticated cat. Now, what happens when you take the domicile from the domesticated cat? He's fucking helpless.
Mm-hmm.
He's declawed. He doesn't know how to hunt. Nobody pours his food. Nobody's put water in his bowl. He don't know how to fucking survive without the domicile. So they've turned people, citizens, denizens of the city, into just that, domesticated cats. And then by giving them the perception of danger increasing, they clamor for protection, security over liberty. I don't care if they search people. I don't have anything to hide. Well, no, not yet. Not yet. Wait until they pass some more edicts. You know, you may, and you'll be sorry you made that decision. But experience keeps a deer school, but a fool shall learn from no other. And we've been deemed a ship of fools.
Yeah.
And
Hey,
I can impart this ideas and wisdom to people, but the reality is they're going to have to find it themselves in order to actually understand it.
That's a good thing, Dave. I don't, you can say what we want about I'm not even talking about the actors like the Klaus Schwab. They're clearly put up there, but the people behind them, I don't even hate them. You got, mankind in general got exactly what it deserved.
Oh,
I mean,
I look at it like this. I think that I'm here to observe. I think I'm here to report, observe and report. And I don't mean report here. Because when it comes down to it, and I've said this and people laugh, but on a level, I believe this, that my report is not going to be favorable. Okay.
it'll be honest though.
It's going to be honest that it's not going to be favorable whatsoever. No. This inverted pentagram, ego-driven, putting the spirit below the elements, the fancy pants and lollipops, as the money, whatever you want to call it, the trinkets, the shekels, the sparkly, okay, and that special boy status, that put above the spirit. And just like in the song Dogs right there, that is a perfect exemplification of what I'm talking about right there. All that shit, all that energy put into that for what? For what? What's it come down to in the end? Yeah, you was happy for a little bit, but now it's coming down on you. Now it's all coming down on you. It's coming to the end. You know you're going to have to answer for the fucking shit. You see, this is another reason these fucks want to live as long as they possibly can. Get 5 heart transplants, blood transfusions of youth blood and shit. Come on, man. What are you hanging on to? Who really wants to stay around here forever? I'm kind of excited to see what's coming up next.
Well, yeah, yes, but I'm kind of excited to see what happens here because Dave, you're absolutely right. And serious, I've been wanting to talk to you for a while. So this is a cool night for me. I appreciate this. Shit. Sorry, I lost my train of thought.
It's all right, man. It'll come back around.
Thank you.
It's a train. It's a train of thought.
I had
You guys hear me okay?
What?
Oh yeah.
Cool.
Hey,
Just wondering.
Jeebus.
I was trying to add to something Christo said earlier, and then I don't think the sound was coming through or something, but he's not here anymore. So I was gonna say to Jack, when you said you lost your train of thought, I always tell people your thoughts aren't your own, right? They come from somewhere else. Like they're given to you, like Dave said. And when people argue with that, I usually tell them, well, if your thoughts are yours, then tell me what's your next one going to be? Can't.
Man, I love Jeebus, man. He comes up with some good stuff, man.
By Art Akudo, he's a card boy. I'll tell you what. Yep, that exemplifies that upside down fucking pentagram right there in a rather crude fashion. A tight pussy, loose shoes, and a warm place to shit equals the key to life. And that's what people do think. They really do. I see a pattern and a parallel within this YouTube, people referring to it as these YouTube streets or this fucking metaverse or whatever the hell it is they're referring to. I see it along those same lines as what we see in the real world too. You understand? It's just a microcosm of the macro on another level. But the thing that gets me, just like people on the YouTube, they take this fucking YouTube too goddamn serious, man. They really do. They take Facebook so fucking serious. And the worst trailer park of them all is that fucking Twitter. Oh my God. Right? And they take that shit so serious where they'll argue with somebody for fucking hours about something. It's like, what the fuck do you care? You know?
And most of them are AI bots. It's been like
Hey, can I come? I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead, Jack. I'm sorry.
I wanted to come back around to what you were saying about the house cats, right? So if you can allow me, I tried explaining this somewhere else. The idea, just fairy tale imagination, put these out into the morphogenic field of consciousness, right? Right now, slavery is continuing. I think we're in this panel, we're pretty comfortable with that description. So in history, in American history, slavery supposedly ended, right? One day, black people are property. Someone signs a piece of paper, and the next day, woohoo, you're free, right? That didn't work well, and it brought us to where we are. So slavery is still continuing. The old way didn't work. So what if this time the debt slave owners, right, the corporations and the banks, what if this time the masters set the slaves free, but with the education and resources to thrive? Because slavery's got to end.
Well, that's the whole thing, is that it is ending. It is ending. Even whether it's through our demise.
Yeah, right.
Right.
Well,
because
through our demise or demand, it'll end.
Well, they don't need us.
You
have to understand, they don't need us. They've got the fucking AI. They've got the automation. They only need a small number of us to service that. That's it.
Well, that's the point. We don't need so many stinking jobs, man. Humans work way too harder than they have to because everyone's been brainwashed.
So, well, they have to work, Jack, so that they can buy the stuff that they make.
Right. That gets thrown away and then rebought.
Yep. It's sick.
Dave, I'm a little skeptical about the kill shot. I'm still on the fence about it.
Yeah, personally. We're not going to talk about that. We don't even talk about that. We don't even mention anything about the Holocaust. Yeah, they will shut me right the fuck down. They look for any excuse anyway, so we don't even talk about that.
Chuck in Tennessee was saying to Jack that it wasn't only black people that were slaves, and he's right. One of my ancestors on my dad's side, we came over here. My last name is Lyons. That's an Irish, not French. And he was an Irish slave when we came over here. There's a long story behind it, right? He was taken captive by Indians, and they made him shave his beard and stuff and dye his hair, kind of like there was a movie where they did that to a guy, and then it reminded me of that, the story about they called him Red Shave. He married an Indian woman, and that was that.
Well, see, there was a thing called indenturement.
Debtors prison. Debtors. They were sent here as debtors.
Right. Look, you want to go and be in the Americas, we'll pay your passage and everything, but you have to promise so many years of servitude, right? Yes. Or earn this amount of money and pay back the bond in order for you to be free. Okay. Now, one of the things they did with that was, and you've seen, I wish they would have went more into it in the movie, The Gangs from New York, of New York, because that whole crescendo in that movie revolves around the New York City draft riots. All right. So here's what they were doing, right? was these Irish were coming, and at the docks, the recruiters were there.
Here's a blue
And
coat and a rifle.
these captains would sell the bond to the United States government and indenture these fucking guys to servitude in the military. The ones that they didn't, they said, listen, you serve for, 18 months in this regiment. And when you get out, you get, like 40 acres of land and a mule and all this other shit, right? Well, here's what they ended up doing, as was evidenced at the Battle of Fredericksburg in December of 1862. The Confederates were well entrenched behind a stone wall. And so the strategy was to get the Confederates to run out of bullets. So how did they get the Confederates to run out of bullets? They sent the fucking Irish in.
Yeah.
Okay, so there's a twofer. They run out of bullets, and you don't have to come to fruition on the promise you made at the recruitment, right? And so there were like tons of Irish fell at Mary's Heights in Fredericksburg. Same thing at Gettysburg, right? So what happened was they started increasing the conscription, while at the same time, see, Irish were having a rough time getting work in New York. They were having rough because they were considered second-class citizens, and nobody liked the mix. And so they really they were having a rough time. Well, to make matters worse, now they were freeing blacks in the South and bringing them north. And so now there was competition even worse. Yep. Okay. Yep. And so they found out that they were sending all these fucking Irish in to be slaughtered. And that was it. This riot took place. Abraham Lincoln ordered the shelling of New York City by the United States Navy. They shelled New York City because of this shit. It was really bad. There was Irish people grabbing up blacks and hanging them from fucking lampposts. They were burning black churches and schools and shit. It was rough.
Humans are fucking nuts, dude.
But then you had the natives, which they showed in Gangs of New York. You had the natives, which more the Anglos, fighting with the Irish and the blacks. I mean, it was a shitstorm.
It really was.
The U.S. government sat there like, ha ha ha.
But see, that really, a lot of people don't realize that Abraham Lincoln ordered a shelling of New York City. He also threatened to burn Baltimore to the ground. And it was a northern state, you see, because what it was Maryland. This is really interesting too. Even despite the Emancipation Proclamation, Maryland, which was a Union state, kept slaves all the way up through the end of the war. How is that? They're right next to Washington, D.C., for crying out loud. But what happened was, people don't realize that Lincoln only freed slaves in the Confederate States. Well, that's all well and good. That'd be like me making a law about what people in Canada can do. What relevance do I have to Canada? You're not the president of that state anymore. They fucking seceded. They're not part of your country. You don't have any say. Okay, so what they did is so they referred to them as contraband, and they shipped them north, still treating them like a product. You see, the great emancipator. Look, this guy said that if I could win the war, if I could preserve the Union without freeing a single slave, I would do it. He also said in a debate with Frederick Douglass that blacks should not cohabitate and live with whites, that they were incapable of living like whites. In fact, his whole idea was to send them back to Africa. Now we get the whole idea and concept of where the country of Liberia came from and why their flag looks so much like an American flag. That was Lincoln's brainchild, was to send them back to Africa. So there's all this obscure shit that people teach in history that's not true. Right. Do you know that Abraham Lincoln suspended habeas corpus? Yeah.
Still is suspended.
He imprisoned indefinitely any of his critics in the press. This guy was a fucking tyrant, man.
You know, that's the thing with this Mandela effect. When I started learning how much I'd been deceived my mind was already so blown that when the Mandela effect came in, I was like, all right, fuck it. Cool. Yep. Everything is fluid. Don't trust nothing, man.
Well, see, that's what's so remarkable to me, because I've contemplated the nature of reality as we deem it, like this cohesive, what we call reality. And when it's broken down to its fundamental elements, it's nothing more than energy slowed to low vibrations in various frequencies. Okay. All right. So I look at it in the respect of reality is like a great symphony that you hear with your senses: sight,
Beautiful.
sound, feeling, all that, right? And so we interpret this into this thing. So what if somebody just changed a couple notes in the song? I mean, that's what I'm saying. That's what appears to have happened. Somewhere a couple of notes are changed here and there that just slightly change reality. Kind of like if I play a copyrighted song on YouTube, but I play it at a little different frequency than what people are used to, or play it a little faster, then I don't get the copyright strike. Why? Because it's now it's different. It's the same song, but it's different, right?
Yeah.
And it's sort of along those kind of lines, if you can follow. You know what I'm saying? Is that somehow where this was going to be a G sharp, we now make it an F sharp. You see, it still works in the song, but it's not the same song now as it was when I had the G sharp. I've changed that G sharp to an F sharp.
Well, amen. And now tie into that each of us are just perceptions of the song, right? There's the consciousness aspect of, right? There's the song being visualized and formed.
Yes.
But then there's the one that's perceived within each of us differently.
Right.
And it really is, it's an amazing symphony of light and sound, frequencies and energy. And we are, what you said, we're forms of energy coexisting in frequencies of this,
Mm-hmm.
right? This now. And I think when energies, right? If you think in terms of energies and frequencies along the lines of personalities, right?
Yep.
When you get the right energies together, they harmonize, they synergize, they strengthen. Well, that's what humanity is supposed to be doing, man. But someone's in the background, like just scraping across the strings and just fucking it all up.
Here you are listening to this beautiful symphony, and some fucking drunk asshole with a bugle comes in and starts playing Dixieland jazz in the middle of it, and you're like, "Fuck you and your disruption, man." You know, but you can't really quite pinpoint it. It's like one of the fucking horns is out of tune. What's wrong? You know, it's yeah, I know, yeah.
Well, most of my life, all I heard was distortion and, you know, the monkey mind, dude. It was just noise, and my life would never shut up. And then I learned, well, then I started learning, went within and started learning about that ego stuff, man.
Well, also beware of, I call them psychic parasites.
I've heard of that.
And these psychic parasites can be placed on you by others, inadvertently, either knowingly or unknowingly placed on you. Okay. And these psychic parasites, you have to remember, your subconscious believes every fucking thing it hears. So if it goes into a space where it's continuously hearing the same negative fucking assertion or erroneous assumption, it will seed into the subconscious of that victim to the point where they start to manifest that themselves. It's the lowest form of black magic. That's why I tell those that try to practice that on me, dude, you're not qualified. Okay? You are Harry Potter going up against fucking Gandalf, baby. Don't even try. Okay?
I watched one of your recent standoffs, and you handled your, yes, you are beautiful. I was admiring your method of communication and your method of presence and paying attention.
You have to. It's
You
like
got it. It's a
take it for
skill.
what it is, you know, and then okay, this is what I'm dealing with. All right, let's dance, shall
Right.
we? You know, you lead.
Yeah. Well, what you were talking about before I came up, I think, was the way words can affect us.
Mhm.
Dude, I used to let words control me. I was out of control with my anger and my hate. So when people didn't take, I think that's what it was when people didn't take my advice, I'd feel offended and all butthurt and insecure. And, you know, I don't know how others perceived me, but I know how I was.
Well, you know, I've learned to do over the years, Jack, and this is something too. I used to get a bit frustrated like that too. I have a friend of mine. He's like perpetually. He just cracks me up now because I just kind of like, okay, you're all right, dude, but you're a clown act, you know. He'd come over and he's like telling me about his crazy old lady. And, you know, I'm like, well, why do you still have a crazy old lady? That's what I'm wondering. Why are you even subjecting yourself to that kind of fucking crazy to begin with? How did you get with her? Well, then I find out the dude's got a type, man. Every one of his women looks exactly the same, right? And they're all fucking crazy. And I'm like, dude, you know, maybe stop hanging out at the release door at the nut house, you know, or something. You know, you got to kind of break that pattern. But what I have learned to do, rather than just give people advice, I walk them through their situation and they come to their own fucking conclusion. I just walk them through it and say, now, hold on a second here. Let me get this straight. You got this old lady that's fucking nuts as hell, right? Okay, she wants to track you on your phone. She spies on you all the time, all this other fucking shit, and you're not down for it. Okay. So why do you have it? Well, because of this, that, and the other. Okay, well, that's a piss poor excuse, but if that's what you want to hang on to, that's your thing. Go ahead. You either want crazy or you don't. You either enjoy the drama and the problems that come along with it, or you don't. Okay, you're 99% of your fucking problems are self-created, and they all stem from the way you perceive and react to whatever given situation is presented to you at any point in time. We also make the mistake of making assumptions of others based on intimate knowledge of ourselves. All right. And just to put that in a rudimentary situation, somebody who's constantly worried that somebody's going to rip them off, somebody's going to steal from them, somebody's looking to steal shit from them, da, da, da. They're the type of person that, given the opportunity, they would do that. That's why they think everyone else will. Okay.
What's the saying? Isn't it that the people who are the screaming and kicking and hollering about it the most are usually the ones doing it?
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. That's evident. That's absolutely evident given current situations, which we shall not bring up here because we're a drama-free outfit. But in that situation there whatsoever, they're over there, you know, doing their screaming and hollering and whatever it is they fucking do. I view it as it is irrelevant. It doesn't fucking matter. And therefore it is. You see, because my reality is based on my perception, not theirs.
My mic sucks.
You see?
It does, Eric.
There it is. You know, and so I look at it and say, okay, so there's a group of people over there and they're playing Mystery Science Theater with other people's videos, and that's their form of entertainment. That's cool. Do I give a shit? No, not really. I'm kind of flattered, really, because I'm a really small channel, and they seem to have taken a severely harsh hatred toward me, although I've not done anything to anyone.
Don't be so sure. Let me add here. The secure and humble, they tend to trigger the arrogant and insecure, right? Yeah. You're a secure man, you're humble, you don't care what's right or wrong, you care about what is true, right?
Right. Well, that's it. I care about what's right. I point out what's wrong. You know, and, you know, I'm all about rights in that respect. Any action that you perform that is benevolent or within doesn't cause injury, loss, or harm is absolutely a right. And the more benevolent you exercise your rights, the better off I believe you are. It's all karmic. You're going to reap what you sow. Okay.
And
And
you'll
if you
repeat
sow
the
seeds of division and hatred, jealousy and ego, that's exactly what you're going to manifest for yourself. And that's fine. If that's what you're after, hey, fancy pants and lollipops to you. You're not going to take it with you. So if you're going to expend all your energy and focus on the fancy pants and lollipops, just remember they don't go in the box with you. Okay. Nothing does. None of it goes to the Goodwill. Nobody cares. Okay. So be wiser and spend your time wisely as you should, preparing yourself for your metamorphosis. When we're all done with this, when we're done with this cocoon right here, when we're all done with this and we're ready, that's when you're going to go. Now, are you ready for it? If you're not, guess what? You're probably going to do it again.
See, I don't think
If there's
Dave's
time
so
left.
much. I don't think Dave's so much about truth. I think the guy's has a knack for having a conversation, even with different perspectives, which is pretty rare.
You
I don't
have
think.
to.
I mean, I'm not saying he's not about truth. I'm not saying he's a liar. I just think that's what I perceive Dave as. He's just somebody that likes to have a conversation and share ideas.
Yeah. I welcome a differing opinion. Absolutely. What I don't welcome is adversarial behavior to get your opinion, going to an ad hominem to make your opinion. You've already lost if you have to go to the ad hominem. You've already lost, okay? Because you've obfuscated your point if you had one now with some stupid childish name calling, okay? So that doesn't get you anywhere either. And if you come, I can tell when someone, if they're truly genuinely interested in the conversation and expressing and looking at the two viewpoints, or whether they're coming in with adversarial, whether they're coming in challenging. I've come to my beliefs not because they haven't been challenged. Okay.
Right.
I don't need to challenge them again. All right. If you need to challenge them, that's another story. But if your whole intent is to sway me back to think how you do, well, no, that's never going to end well at all. And we're not going to have that. You see, it's real simple. It's not hard to do. And if you just realize that these are just fucking people like me, none of us is a celebrity or anything like that. I don't care how big your fucking subscriber count is or how many views you've had or any other thing like that. You're just another fucking dude that has to drop trowel and take a shit, just like everybody the fuck else. You see? And so I take my, if you want to call it any admiration, based on content of conversation I'm having with these people, based on I respect their opinion, great, that kind of a thing. Not that I'm trying to start some kind of a club or to have, to be the leader of some fucking, I don't want to lead any goddamn buddy. I just don't want that on me, and consequently don't follow me. Because I might not know where the fuck I'm going. I think I do, but everybody does, don't they? So I'm going to kind of go my way. You're welcome to tag along. That's fine. If you find validity in what I think and what I say, then by all means, man. But don't ever look at me as like a leader. That's never an intent for me.
Well, tagging along is okay.
I want you to be your leader. That's what I want you to be. I want you to be your leader. Okay.
Well, when you tag along with somebody, you come over to somebody's house, there's always a time to leave. You go, you're not going to just keep tagging along indefinitely, and vice versa. I'm not going to look for a leader. I mean, for a time, I might follow Dave down a path, and then I'm like, yeah, I don't want to go down that. I'm going to go that way. Later, mate. So tagging along is all good.
I came to a fork in the trail. I chose the one less traveled. If you go with the flow, I've looked at it like this, man. I've never been one to go with the flow. You know what goes with the flow? Dead fish. Dead fish all go with the flow.
I never heard that one.
Think about it enough, and the current just takes them on down. Boom. There they are. whereas the living fish swim against the current. And they fight that current at all costs. That's what I want to be. That's where I'm at. Because that's why I've always questioned. I don't resent authority. Okay. I deny its existence. See, that's the whole difference. I'm like, who the fuck are you to tell me anything? I don't care if you sit in a marble palace or if you got a fancy robe and a hat or whatever the fuck. It don't mean nothing to me. Just like on here, you're just another dude that has to drop towel and take a shit, just like I do.
Dave, I want to talk to that clown with the funny hat, the Pope.
Oh,
I think he's a little confused about the truth of our Creator, and I think him and his folks might be steering some people like just a little bit off direction.
Oh, well, definitely. They always have. They always have, even to where they've obfuscated away to the worship of the sun. And this goes way off early. The advent of unum sanctum, the papal bulls. I mean, who in the fuck are you? You know what I'm saying?
All of it. I want to find out what's in the Vatican library, dude.
I want to know. I want to hear. I want to be able to. You know how they supposedly got that little thing where you can go back and view things of the past or whatever. I've heard it's some kind of thing they can view past events or whatever. I don't know if it really exists or not. It'd be really cool because I'd like to go back and look at when there was decorating that fucking Vatican, right? I want to know how that conversation took place. It's a marvelous palace we've got here. Yes, I agree. It needs something, though. Yes, Pope, it needs something. What does it need? I'm thinking it needs more. We need more penises. There's not enough penises. We want penises everywhere. We want little naked babies blowing trumpets very suggestively with their penises out. Don't you agree? We need more penises, and put one out in the front yard too. We need a penis in the front yard,
a big one.
You know, and it's like, holy cow! You got the Palace of Cocks, and people are going there going, "Oh, the Pope." You know, it's like, dude, this guy is a dick freak.
Dude, our world is just totally inversion. It's an absolute shit show.
It is. It really is. It really is.
So
that's
Dave,
why I find comedic relief in it. I mean, it's tragic.
You have to
without having fear, because what's going to happen is going to happen. Yes. But I look at it and I just laugh. And I just say, like, my report's not going to be favorable, man.
Well, dude, until a few years ago, I was asleep and I forgot I had choices while I was alive. And so then I started thinking for myself.
You rolling, Eric?
Taking off, man. I get up at 4 or 5 in the morning, guys.
Oh, that's right. It's getting late.
You guys start late, man. Love you guys. Take care.
Brother. Night, brother. Much love.
Sorry to interrupt, Jack. I'm just
worried, man.
Cheers.
Peace. Hey, what I realized, what you said is absolute. Yes, we're here to be honest observers and witnesses. Right? But what I finally remembered is to participate, right? And so, seriously, I see some crazy ideas, or I've got a lot of crazy ideas, but I figure, you know what? If I'm going to be here, I'm going to enjoy the hell out of my life, and then see what I can do while I'm still here. I want to end the wars, man. Seriously, Dave.
Hey, listen, I would love to see that too, because it just amazes the shit out of me. And there it goes back. If you want to get biblical, we go back to Azazel and the indictments in Enoch against Azazel, who has taught man the art of making weapons and making war. And he was like the ringleader of this whole fucking group of fallen angels that decided on the mountain that they were going to corrupt the humans. Okay. And they realized they'd fucked up so bad they had to go to Enoch, right, to write an appeal, because God wouldn't even talk to him no more. And so Enoch went to God, and God was like, what in the world is this? Is this ass backwards or what? They're supposed to be coming to me on your behalf, and here you are coming to me on their behalf. Okay, so that ought to give you an indication of how bad they fucked up, man. Right? And he says, let me tell you what the fuck they did. Here's an indictment. He gave a whole list of shit to each one of the fallen. Right? So Azazel, he was the one that went and taught man how to make weapons and how to make war. And we've been doing this. And how do you, Satan, the Satan runs the world. And he's got everybody under a spell. What the fuck do you think that eye is, man? They got everybody under a fucking spell through your TV set, through your propaganda, through everything. They got you farmed out with fucking whatever they're spraying in the air, the fluoride in your water, various medications that everybody's on. There's the pharmakia aspect of it. We got 3 other pillars to that same type of dark magic being used on us. We've got Enochian magic, which is speech. We've got the pharmakia, which we just mentioned. We've got speech. We've got illusory and sigil magic, all being used simultaneously, keeping people immersed in this fucking spell that first and foremost tells them they're not in a spell. When in reality, they absolutely are in a spell. You would have to even buy into the ridiculousness of the inverted world that we seem to be living in. We live where we have religious institutions that destroy the spirit. We've got medical healthcare institutions that destroy the health. We've got education institutions that destroy knowledge. Everything is ass fucking backwards.
Yes.
Including the heliocentric model. It's the exact opposite. The sun is not magnificently huge and far away. It's small and close. Everything is like the fucking opposite. And this is what they have everybody immersed into this silly ass shit. And it goes right into what William Casey, former director of the CIA, said. He said, our plan will be complete when everything the American people think they know is a fucking lie.
We're there. We're there, my brother.
Exactly, man.
Well, so that's, we're here at the time of the quickening. People are becoming more volatile, and they're going through their own individual dark nights of the soul. And I think people are starting to either they're going to go nuts or they're going to turn to the light and start figuring themselves out.
Yeah. Look, I reject and rebuke all of this fucking crap. This is probably why I feel like kind of an outcast in the world, but kind of blending in, doing the best I can to blend in.
Yeah.
And at the same time, just kind of innocuously throwing little splinters in the minds of people,
You're doing beautiful, man.
And I do this out in the world when I'm out, It's like, I think this happened a few months ago, actually, about a year ago. And it was really interesting as I was at the dollar store, and I'd picked up a few things from the toy section that I wanted to use to do some experiments with light and shadows, right? And I bumped into this old woman who was shopping in there, and she turned and I said, oh, excuse me. And she saw me with all these toys, and she kind of looked at me strange. And I explained to her, I says, I'm going to do these things with these shadows and stuff because I want to prove to people that we live on God's creation and not this ridiculous spinning ball and shit, And she was intrigued, and we started talking for a minute and kind of got to be a little friendly and all. And she goes, people need to come to more of that truth. She goes, I pray every day. And I says, do you pray? I says, what do you pray about? And she says, I pray every day for my husband to get better. And I said, has he gotten better? And she goes, no. And I said, that's because you've gotten exactly what you prayed for. And she looked at me and I said, well, you prayed for the expectation of your husband to get better because you prayed for him to get better. I'll tell you what, let's do something real quick. I said, let's pray that he's better. And she looked at me and I told her, I says, now this is going to require the extreme belief. You have belief and faith? She says, yes. I says, this is going to require your absolute belief that what we're praying has already happened. And you must express and feel the gratitude for it having already happened. And she goes, that really makes sense. And so I just held her for a moment and we prayed. And I ran into her a couple of days later at the food line and she goes, that worked. She goes, I came home and he was sitting up on the edge of the bed. He wanted to get up and eat. And I was like, I said, the feeling is the prayer along with gratitude. There it is.
Brother, what a blessing. I mean, those testimonies, I've heard many miracles, man, from that. The power of prayer and energies and that state of faith.
And
miracles happen.
You have to fight through the condition that the situation has put you into anyways, because your reality is, the loved one be, in an ailment or whatever, you just left that reality. However, you have to realize that you have that power of manifestation through God, through that. And those are the most important ingredients, is the gratitude aspect of it. Do you realize the Department of Defense did a thing called the Peace Project, where people were trained in this method of prayer. And they went to, like, in a war zone and had these people pray peace. And the fighting stopped. They went into cities that had violent reputations, like on Friday nights and shit. And they prayed that it be calm. And the emergency rooms, man, there was people in there playing fucking solitaire, and the jails were empty. Cops were fucking hanging out, not having to do nothing. I mean, it was just incredible. And they actually worked it down to a formula that it takes the square root of 1% of a population to affect change through this method of prayer. That's a very small amount.
Well, and Dave, let's bring that into, like, the topic of where you started with, right? What's being reported on the news. It's not stuff like that would just really transform people if they started understanding this shit. It's more of this fear porn and more reasons to be afraid, more reasons to be angry, more reasons to just focus on the, you got to make a plan. Like, oh my God, dude.
When you're a child, you're more closely associated with your subconscious than you are as you grow older. And so a lot of these things can affect you at an even greater level when you're at a younger age. And I remember that when the movie Jaws came out, okay, I lived in Michigan and we lived on a lake, a freshwater lake, right? But after I saw Jaws, I was afraid to go in the fucking water. I was. And I knew damn well there was no sharks in Watkins Lake in Michigan. Okay. The closest thing they might have is catfish, and they wasn't very big anyway. So, but I knew this, but still that fear of that being possible, something unknown under the water, and that seeded a fear into my head. It really did. And I think it was because of the young age that I saw the movie. And if I'd had seen it in an older, I might have gone, well, I don't know. I guess it did scare a lot of people. It did hurt beach business. That movie did hurt beach business in this country. It did.
Dude,
so I don't know.
Hindsight on history. I never liked history when I was young, but over the past few years, man, I can't get enough of it. History, hindsight,
which also seems to be fucking fluidically
right. Right.
So in the 20th century, when was the first time there was an attack on Americans, like on any place owned by America? Most people would say Pearl Harbor.
That was what came to my head.
Right. So now apparently there was another thing that took place called the Black Tom incident, the Black Tom explosion that blew all the windows out of the businesses in Lower Manhattan and damaged the Statue of Liberty to where nobody's been able to go up in the torch ever since. And this is apparently a real thing that has happened. I'll pull it up. This is crazy, man. There, yeah, explosion. There it is. Boom. Okay, so let me do this. Share screen. Microsoft Edge. Tab. Black time explosion. There we go. Boom. Ching, ching, ching. Okay, so here's the Wikipedia of it. Well, you know what? I fucked up. Just a second. Stop screen. Present. Share screen. Tab. There. Here's what Wikipedia says. It says the Black Tom explosion was an act of sabotage by agents of the German Empire to destroy U.S.-made munitions that were to be supplied to the Allies in World War I. The explosions, which occurred on the 30th of July, 1916, in New York Harbor, killed 4 people and destroyed some $20 million, which is equivalent to $500 million today, worth of military goods. This incident, which happened prior to the U.S. entry into World War I, also damaged the Statue of Liberty. It was one of the largest artificial non-nuclear explosions in history. Now, I'm a big student of history. I've never heard of this ever in my life. Okay.
Dude.
My grandparents went up in the torch of the Statue of Liberty and had pictures of it. I remember I saw them when I was a kid. This is new.
Dave, this is like, I'd heard this before, that as time moves forward, both the past and the future emerge, right? So we're gaining clarity on the past, and maybe it's fluid like now. Dude, this is just like we're avatars. We're just like having a hallucination of a life. It's a long psychedelic trip.
Well, here's another one too, and I'm glad Renee brought it up. Let me see if I can.
Torpedo Alley?
Yeah. Let me bring this up. And this is right here off of Norfolk. Okay, the Torpedo Alley or Torpedo Junction off North Carolina is one of the graveyards of the Atlantic Ocean, named for the high number of attacks on Allied shipping by German U-boats in World War II. Almost 400 ships were sunk, mostly during the Second Happy Time in 1942, and over 5,000 people were killed, many of whom were civilians and merchant sailors. Torpedo Alley encompassed the area surrounding the Outer Banks, including Cape Lookout and Cape Hatteras. What? I never heard of that at all.
Right. 400 ships and 5,000 people. You'd think that might be just like at least mentioned in schools or something.
Well,
What
yeah.
the hell?
You know, you would think. I was just down at the Outer Banks about a year and a half ago. My wife and I went down to the Outer Banks, and we even went to Kitty Hawk, you know, with the first flight and all that, which was ironic because I was standing there with my video camera, and here's Kitty Hawk. Here's where they took off from, the very first flight. And then I pan the camera up to the sky, and there's fucking chemtrails crisscrossing all over the place. I said, it went from this to this in just 100 years. So this right here, I'm sure that I would have seen some kind of fucking mention of it. Torpedo Alley. This is all new. This is within the last year that I've even heard. In fact, I just heard about this on Brian Staveley's channel. I don't know if you ever watched Dose of Reality channel. Dude, he's really gone deep into this, where he's actually gone up and he talks to pastors and says, you know, so in this scripture, Isaiah, whatever, he says, it's, what is it going to lie with the lamb? And the, you know, preacher's always like, well, it's the lion. And he says, we better check, you know, and they look and it's like, fuck, it's wrong. And then you even see these preachers trying to come up with excuses as to why this has changed or why they thought it was something different. Come on, man, that's your job. Really? It's really something else. He's got some really good videos on that shit. He's a good channel. I highly recommend his channel. So yeah, this was something when he was mentioning this Torpedo Alley, because look, dude, I'm all about the World War II history too. I've got you remember the World at War documentary series that used to be on like, I guess it was on PBS and shit. And it was a whole series documentary from the first start of the war all the way up to the end, right? I've got that on DVD. My dad bought it for me about 10 years ago for my birthday. And because I'm that much into history. Very Never cool. Heard of this fucking shit right here ever once.
Who was it you mentioned?
The channel?
Yeah.
Brian Stavely. Dose of Reality. Let me see if I can find a link.
Dose of Reality.
Let me see. Openly. New tab. Where we at? Here we go. Let me see. Brian. Because he just had a channel thrown down. Here we go. Here we go. Let me send you. I'll just go like that. Copy. And let me put this. This is Brian Stavely's link to one of his channels. He, I think, has. Let me make sure. Because I think the one that was called Dose of Reality is the one that got shut down. Renee, am I wrong about that? Let me see. Dose of Reality. Yeah, I think so, because it just brings me back Brian Stavely channel. So that's the one. Okay. But yeah, he's got some really good info on there. Yeah, one just got deleted. That's right. It was yeah, I got the right one. Yay for me. I seem to be tracking on a vibe here today. But yeah, I mean, and that's the whole thing too, is because he's been discussing that as well, as to that, like I said, reality being fluid. Yeah. To the point, like even where I said changing that F sharp to a G sharp would be enough to compensate for something like that. And so, of course, I go back to the original Old English and I look, and sure as hell it's changed there as well. You know, and this ain't like a cheapy freaking Bible. I mean, I paid good money for this thing. It's and it came with an actual leaf page from a 500-year-old Bible, you know, from a 1611 Bible. And there's really a lot to be said from what you see in a regular one that you pick up like behind the pew to use at church, as opposed to this, because in the calligraphy itself tells a story. Like in Genesis, the first letter of each verse pictorially through the symbols in the way the letter's drawn tell the story of creation. There's a lot to it on several levels that you don't get when you've just taken it over into regular text. Even with the spelling, the Old English spelling, the use of H-E-E for he, using the an E on the end of the word moon, for instance, and things like that. Sheweth instead of show, or to shew. It was never to show. That's new. The proper is to shew. If I want to present something to you, I shew it to you. And that's in proper English. And I think it's interesting too that the English language was pretty much invented for that Bible. This is why it sounds so Shakespearean. Who was involved? Sir Francis Bacon and John Dee. Occultist alchemist John Dee, the one who every wizard, including Gandalf, is modeled after, with the beard and the mustache, the whole fucking thing. All these wizards in movies and in books are modeled after John Dee. But you could actually take an obscure quote from a Shakespeare writing, and most people would be hard pressed to decipher whether or not it came from scripture or from a Shakespeare play. Okay, it's Elizabethan English. Angelish. What happened? Did I say that wrong? I mean English.
Well, we are part of a divine story.
Well, there again, we exist within the mind of God.
There you go.
just like with William Shakespeare or Sir Francis Bacon, same guy, you know, I believe. There's enough evidence to support this.
That's what I've heard too.
But these characters, we have Hamlet and Macbeth and Romeo and Juliet, their whole families even. And each one of these characters all have personalities and distinct archetypes of who they are. They're individuals that we can describe and that have an apparent story in life. But in all reality, they only really exist in the mind of William Shakespeare. And there, but we exist within the mind of God. You see, brought into fruition.
Yeah.
Through what? Through what? What is it brought into fruition? Through the vibration, through the sound, through the word,
Yep.
right? So the first step in creation is thought. The second step in creation is to voice it and put it into vibration. Once it's put into vibration, it can come to fruition.
Yep. Another good step is writing. Bringing the body and the motion and the intention into the physical form.
Well, that's why it's called spelling. And we have to use the proper grammar, which comes from the word grimoire. A grimoire is a book of spells.
Mm-hmm.
And so you put it concrete into the ethos and into this vibration. See, when you've already thought it, it's in the Akashic record, or it even came from the Akashic record.
Right.
When you put it into intention on paper through your grammar and your spelling, that's magic.
Yes.
Okay, because then how long has Sir Francis Bacon been dead? And how long has Hamlet and all of these other characters remained alive?
Oh, yes.
Even to today.
Well, and that's it too. This is what I realized. I'm just a story, and you're a story, and I learned from the stories in books, and I learned from the stories of others. So all we are is stories, and what we become, that's the stories in our heads.
Well, infinite awareness, you're a point of attention, okay? It would be easy for you if I said, hey, who are you? And you say, I'm Jack Talcott, and I did this for a living, and I had this experience, that, and the other. And it's like, no, that's not what I asked you. I didn't ask you what your experience is. I asked you who you are. And the correct answer would be that you are infinite awareness having an experience as Jack Talcott, who had these experiences within this 3D reality. Okay. I'm the same thing. I am I. Okay. I am I. So here we have an identity conflict. Okay. If I am I and you are I, doesn't that make us we?
Yes.
So we are I.
Yes.
Okay. Because you're I. I'm I.
Right.
These people out here are all I.
Right.
So that we makes one big I. You see?
Right. And it's all now.
Perpetual now. Perpetual now.
It never was. Or it always was and will always be, but it's only known now.
Right. It's already it's all there at one time. We just experience in a linear fashion because we run this through the decoding device. Okay. Just like a DVD, just like a DVD disc. Okay. You got Roadhouse, right? You got the beginning, the middle, the end, everything all in one spot at one time. But until it goes into a device to play it in a linear format, do we see it from beginning to end? All right. So let's cross that with a choose your own adventure book. You remember those? Where it's you come to the mouth of a cave and there is a dragon. If you choose to fight the dragon, turn to page 28. If you choose to sneak away, turn to page 7, right? Okay, so depending on the decision that you make there, it's already written. Both outcomes are already written. It's just within your free will, which one you choose to take. And this is why I find that it's so hilarious when I hear people say, there's only one true way to the man God. Okay? Right. There's only one true path. That's like saying there's only one fucking way to get to Walmart. No, it's not. You can take
Why-
the roundabout way. You can
While
take
you're in
the
Walmart.
right. There's several different ways to get to fucking Walmart. You're gonna get to Walmart. Don't worry about it. Okay.
Yeah.
Stop dividing yourself up into clubs and realize that we're all just one big fucking club. Okay. We're
Yeah.
all little splinters of God playing a magnificent game of hide and seek from ourselves. It's really kind of cool, you know. But once you open the seventh seal, once you've broken through the crown chakra and you enter the temple and you come face to face with God, it's going to blow your fucking mind who it is. It really is. It's really cool. You're going to love it. Anyway,
I love that explanation.
that's the whole thing. You have your free will, but it's already decided. Whichever path you take has already been decided. Okay, you get the illusion of free will by having a choice to turn into page 6 or page 28, but you only
Right.
come to these cross points at certain points of the story.
You got to be paying attention to the story to be able to make a choice.
Absolutely.
Otherwise, you're that fish floating along, dude.
Right. You'll tend to want to go along to get along, that kind of thing. And you know, I stand firm in what I believe, you know, but fluid, accepting of new information and new ideas that may enhance or dispel what I previously thought. You see, because I'm in this, it's not like I have found the truth. I'm still seeking more truth. I have found truths, okay, but it's not just one singular one. And what I found really interesting too is that when I had come to the realization of the true earth, okay, the amount of fears that were removed, that were inadvertently and artificially placed upon me, okay, fear of giant rocks flying in from space, right, fear of the sun blowing up, or all this other dumb shit that I know there's an asteroid barely missing the earth like every month, they tell us, you know, just to keep that fear factor thing up. Nukes, you start thinking rationally. Nukes, okay, if they were real, don't you think that somebody would have fucking used one by now? 70 years, 80 years, right, since Hiroshima and Nagasaki, right? You don't think that one of these rogue elements would have come up with, look, there was a kid, you remember that kid in the 80s that is science fair project, he made a nuclear bomb. It was a functional nuclear bomb. The only thing missing was the radioactive material, right? The State Department flipped shit. They were talking about it on talk shows, on the news. They interviewed the kid and everything. Okay. So this is in the 80s. We've got all these rogue little outfits that hate America. We got Colin Powell telling us about black market yellow cake uranium, and this shit's on the black market and it's been stolen. The Russian decommissioned missiles have been stolen and all this fucking shit, right? You don't think that one of these little elements would have made at least a small fucking nuke and set it off somewhere? If that could be done, okay? They haven't. And all this time, everybody's always fearing, and they're bringing up the fear again. Now, I'm not saying they don't have big bombs, but they ain't going to sit there and blow some shit up and make it so that nothing lives there for 1,000,000 years and all this other crazy fucking shit that they're talking about. That's not true. None of that's true. But it keeps you in fear and keeps you in line and gets you to toe the party line as soon as they wheel out the idea of it. They take you to the right DEF CON and you just cower because you're going to turn into a mushroom cloud. No, you're not. That's all just fucking fear porn. Get off it. So a lot of these other fears started like melting away. The lies, the things that we're told, our history, things that just don't make sense. The appeal to authority that we're trained to live under. Okay. And the more people go to indoctrination centers, the worse it gets. Okay, a guy who frequents my channel, who's a professor at a university, or so he claims, is so indoctrinated into the matrix, it's not even funny. The appeal to authority is astonishing. The idea that someone else smarter than me already figured this out, and therefore I don't have to think about it. It just is what these people say. And it's gotten to the point, Jack, where I can, you know, leading scientists have determined, and then whatever I say after that, you're going to believe it. Or 4 out of 5 doctors have said, I don't have to tell you who they are. I just hit you with that fucking authoritative statistic and you'll buy the shit. You know what else you'll buy? If I dress up in a fucking scientist suit, right? And I say the word science at you enough times, you're going to get the idea that I am actually some kind of a fucking chemist or scientist or some other kind of shit that you perceive in your mind. And this is what most of humanity is under, a perception deception. So based on your perception of the person presenting the information will determine, because of this spell, will determine your adaptability to fucking believe it or not, whether to take it with any grain of consciousness. So I could take any guy off the street, clean him up a little bit, put him in a suit, set him in front of a bookcase with a globe and shit, put a little chyron like we've got up here and says this guy is such and such PhD. You've never heard of him. You're not even going to fucking check. And then have him read a script. And 90% of the people that listen to that motherfucker will believe everything that he reads in that script, just based on their presumption of his status, as though that means anything. People will say,
Well,
you know, like, I don't care if you're standing in front on some tracks and a train's coming and somebody tells you, hey, you're about to get hit by a train, and you notice that it's Charles Manson telling you that you're about to get hit by a train. Because of his reputation, do you disregard the information? Well, fuck no. I don't want to get hit by the train. I don't give a shit who told it to me. Okay, if it's true, it's true. You know, yeah, but that guy has said stuff that's not true. Well, that may very well be, but in this instance, he said something that is true. So,
well, Dave, that's why my theory is that the ego is the Antichrist. Okay, if we are within, we're energy, we're forms of energy perceiving information through moments of time, right? So we're in an information field. So it's up to us to figure out what is true. Truth is God.
oh, good night, Articudo. You have a good night. Hope your
yeah.
shit gets better down there, man. He's got hit with floods and snow and shit like you wouldn't believe down there. And they're not equipped for that kind of shit there where he's at, because they don't never have this. So another thing that Southern California doesn't have is they don't have ditches on the sides of the roads. They don't have ditches. There's no need, right? And so consequently, the runoff fucks up the roads when it does come through like that. It's really crazy. I've always thought, why the hell don't they just put some fucking ditches in here, man? But anyway, like 395, man, you can go all the way up that thing and never see a fucking ditch.
They saved a couple dollars, you know. So whatever.
Yeah,
Dude,
well, yeah. I mean, that's the whole thing, and it's just about keeping you in this perpetual fucking reset, right? I mean, I don't know how much you drive or anything like that or travel, but I've traveled across this country, and about a good 60% or better of the fucking interstate is under goddamn construction. Either that or they have a problem with storage for them orange goddamn barrels. You know, I'm like, wait a second, man. What the fuck? So you took the idea that the Germans had for the Autobahn and tried to bring it here to the United States, but decided instead of using the engineering and quality materials that they did, you're going to use this cheap ass shit that you got to keep fucking with every goddamn year. Oh my God.
It's a fucking racket, dude.
It is. It's insane.
It's a mafia scam, you know, that's been legalized. Fucking mob rules. Holy shit. Excuse my language, man. I think we can change it though, man. Did you freeze up? Oh man. Hate it when I'm sitting in someone's house all alone. Well, I'll give it just a minute. Not sure if it's. I'm thinking it was you. So I'll give it just a minute to see if you show back up.
Oh,
This shows mine.
I don't know what happened. Everything on my computer stopped working. I was like, what the fuck happened? I froze up here. I don't even know what's going on.
I'm glad you're back.
That was odd. That was really quite odd. The fucking penguins don't want me talking about that shit. It tried to distract me, man. You really. I forgot what the fuck I was even talking about now. See,
I don't remember either.
I don't know. Can you hear this?
No.
No. I don't know. I got to figure out how to use those sound effects. Here's Glenn from Boston. Hey, Glenn from Boston, can you turn your camera on so I can verify that you're an actual person? Please? We'll go ahead and wait for you to do that.
Hey, I dropped a clip, a short clip in the private chat.
I see it.
I heard this guy this morning, and he explains it perfectly.
All right, I got it. And what's he explain now?
The state of our world in like 17 seconds, I think.
Yeah, it looks like it's really short. Hang on, let me pull this up. Just a second. I want to go. Oh, whoever that dude was, Jack, or what was his name? Something from Glenn from Boston.
Oh, it says
he has no camera hooked up. Well, I'm sorry about that, man. Well, I don't know. Give it a shot again. I'll go ahead and I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. Okay, don't make me sorry. Anyway,
yes.
Please. I'm not trying to be a dick, but I've got some people that I really got to filter out because they're just not right, man. You know? All right, here we go. This guy's going to explain reality.
Yep.
Because the ruling powers have succeeded in shrinking the minds of the majority, the psychopathic upper echelons who manage the system are able to commit mass murder openly and with impunity. Because the ruling powers have succeeded in shrinking the minds.
It's true. You just commit mass murder. We do too, man. It's like amazing. And all you got to do is just make it seem like, well, you dehumanize. You have to dehumanize your enemy. And you have to make it so that you get people enraged at what they do. Because look, there's another thing. I notice patterns, right? You know, one of the biggest propaganda tools they get to get you to hate another country is they tell you that they're doing reprehensible shit to women and children. Okay.
Yep.
In the first Iraq war, it was the Iraqis were throwing babies out of the incubators, right? First World War, the Germans were using babies for bayonet practice. In World War II, the Japanese in the rape of Nanking were using women and babies for bayonet practice and just, you know, raping and killing women and shit, right? Okay. So this is what you do. The Hun, the Nip, the Gook, the Raghead. Okay.
Exactly.
You got all these fucking monikers, these dehumanizing monikers that we start to view these people as. In fact, in World War II, after Pearl Harbor, they had little ashtrays with Tojo's face in the bottom of it so you could snuff your cigarette out on his face. They had a hit song. It was called "We're Gonna Have to Slap the Sneaky Little Jap." You know, I mean, shit that you really could not get away with today. I mean, they interned hundreds of thousands of Japanese Americans in internment camps and confiscated their properties, declared them that they weren't United States citizens. So you have to dehumanize these people, but it still doesn't work. Because when it comes down to it, one of the first things that a soldier does after killing a man is vomit his guts out. Because his actions have overridden what he knows to be wrong. And he realizes that because some guy with glitter on his fucking shirt told me that was okay, my gut inside still tells me that it's not okay. It was like what I was talking about, Jack. You said something really interesting, and I said that earlier. That you look at it like this: the God and the devil. God's the higher self. The devil is the ego. Okay,
Yes,
It's all the
exactly.
same, okay?
Yep.
Because you don't have one without the other. All right. So what you have to do is you have to find that balance in between that God and that devil. And this whole idea of finding the man God, the Christ, okay, it's very evident in various cultures where you can find that. All right. First off, we go to the Hindus who talk of the Krishna. Sounds a bit like Christ. Very similar word, means the same thing. And upon being born, the Krishna took 7 steps. And upon each step, a lotus blossom appeared. Now, the lotus blossom is a symbol of the chakra points. Okay? You have 7 chakra points from the root to the crown chakra. So, upon the 7th step, a lotus appeared, and the Krishna turned and spoke and said, I am the God of this world. So we zoom over to Christianity, and it tells us that God resides within the temple. Where's the temple? God resides within the temple. No axe, nor hammer, nor chisel shall be heard in the house as the temple is being built. What are we talking about? We're talking about meditation. Upon the opening of the 7th seal, the temple will have been built. Enter the temple through the right-hand door. Cast your net to the right. Why is there always this reference to the right? That's the God side of the mind. Okay. Enter the temple through the right-hand door, and there you will come face to face with God. Boom! Same story, different cultures, exactly that. It's the man-God thing is within you.
Yes.
Okay. So it's the finding of that. And you have to come outside of self and ego in order to, and I don't mean ego in the sense where that guy really thinks he's something. I'm talking about your immersion into the meat suit.
The selfishness.
The belief in the fucking meat suit.
Yeah.
The giving over to all the needs and wants of the flesh suit. Not being able to differentiate needs from wants. We always want what we need, but we don't always need what we want. You see? This is further nurtured this idea through this idea of competitiveness as an artificial scarcity. Could you imagine what the world would be like? Suppose you could just have anything you wanted. There would be no status in having a yacht. There would be no status in having a Jaguar or a 16-bedroom house. None of that. It would
be frowned on.
Well, it'd be like this. Look, I can have that too. So it doesn't mean anything.
Right.
All right.
Yeah.
So we've taken that away through artificial scarcity, causes people to look at like that guy. He's got something more than me, and I can't get it. What if you could get everything that you ever wanted? You see, you would realize that most of the things that you wanted were you didn't need them, and they become more of a burden than anything else. Sure, you can have a yacht. Do you know how to work a yacht? Do you know how to take care of a yacht? There's a lot involved with that. Okay. They don't think about that. And it comes from the idea that the material things in this world, and this is how they sell things, will bring you happiness.
Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah, you sound good, Glenn.
Okay. I saw somebody typing saying all I can hear is breathing in the chat.
Oh,
an out of shape guy breathing like I don't know who the hell
out of shape guy breathing.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
It's funny you say that, Dave. Thanks for having me on your channel. By the way, I do got a camera, but I don't have it hooked up to my computer.
I got you.
I've been on a few other streams. I've been on Ian's a bunch and stuff. But it's funny you say that. Have you ever heard of Hattie Bob or Hattie Boy? Have you gone down that rabbit hole?
Doesn't sound familiar to me, no.
Oh, it's funny you're talking about meat suits and stuff like that, but Hattie Bob, I'll put up a link, I've watched these videos 15 times. It explains who we are, all the different epochs of our levels, why there's 2 factions on our planet, the owls and the spiders. Like in Yale University, weaving spiders dare not come here. So Hattie Bob, they spell his name 3 different ways. Have you heard of them, Jack, at all? What I'm talking about? Hattie Bob, Hattie Boy. I'll put up a link
His
right here.
name
Oh,
is
you guys,
Mandela.
this is a rabbit hole I've been down, and I've researched like you guys. I like to research different things about who we are, where we come from, what the world really is. But Hattie Bob, and they spell his name three different ways because he was like a Nicole Tesla. He was like Tesla. He had six. He was a top Russian scientist that. And also when they researched this guy, and have you heard of Crow 777?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah. So Jason Lingram and them. So he did this piece years ago on Hattie Bob, Hattie Boy. I'll put up a link so you can watch it. But
What is she even known for? I'm not familiar with who this person is.
so this was a top Russian scientist that got, and he was like, not only was he a scientist, he was a double agent. He was like
Oh Lord.
top. So he got into these oil company computers and some supercomputers that we have on this planet. He got into it and found out about this race called they called the Ebrov, but AKA they called them the Archons. And he
Okay.
talks about what they researched the moon because Crow 777, when he first came out, he was all onto the moon. He has thousands of hours of filming the moon, and he had the lunar wave, Crow 777, how all the stuff on the moon and stuff. And I was always wondering when I was a kid about the moon. Sometimes you could see through it.
Yeah.
Yeah, you could see stars through the moon, and Crow 777 had it redrawing itself, and then they had that Dr. Forrest. Have you seen his video, like the 1942 Dr. Forrest? How he was like in Australia talking about he was an Oxford scientist saying the moon is a plasma. You
Yeah, I've
never
seen
land
that.
on it.
Yeah, I've seen
So
that.
so yeah, so Crow 777, him and his wife and stuff, they spent thousands and thousands of hours on optics and cameras, and he photographed the moon. He made a movie actually called Shoot the Moon, where he talks about Crow 777 talks about how there's no satellites at all out there, and there's a firmament, no one gets through it, and how the moon is not just you can't land on it. And so he came up with his own theories about what the moon was, but he ran across this guy Hattie Bob and Hattie Boy. I'll put a link up here so you can get the paperwork, but I've downloaded as much. He had 16,000 papers. They could only, and Crow and Jason Lingram could only find 300 pages that they haven't taken off the internet, and it's all in Russian, and they all had to translate it and stuff. But it broke down all our epochs, our past timelines, and how come we always reset every so many years. The epochs are resets of the species that created us. But it's a rabbit hole that I didn't know if you guys have ever been down before. But it's very, very interesting stuff if you watch it. And when Crow came out with this stuff, he put out a video, a 2-hour video, and you could still, I'll give you a link for it. But when he came out with this stuff, YouTube hit him hard on it, and he had to put a retraction. I'll never do that again. And so when they hit you hard on something, you're coming towards the truth, right?
Hmm. Oh yeah, you get the most flack when you're over the target.
Exactly.
And listen, this is what brings me to why, there's a large degree of hatred that's been, I guess, projected my way, whereas I should be really inconsequential. I think I just hit, I'm 343 subscribers. I'm nobody. But to elicit that kind of hatred, I'm like, oh, did I hit a nerve? Did I hit a nerve? And how did I hit that nerve? What is the nerve that I hit? Because I'm not trying, I don't have any intention if I have, but the fact that it has tells me much.
Mm-hmm.
You see, I think it's because I'm a little bit more grounded.
Hey, Dave. Yep. From a greater perspective, I think you and me may have some similarities. The divine thought that you would be a good example for him to learn from. So there had to be an introduction. Mm-hmm. And so there you go.
Mm-hmm.
I just put a link in for the first hour for that Hattie Bob.
All right. I can put this. Let me grab this.
Yeah. So this is, and what I just showed you, they spell his name 3 different ways, so you can't find his work. Now I've got all the 3 spellings, and I've downloaded lots of his paperwork.
There's another top scientist whistleblower that was going on through this latest last couple of years, and you might have heard of her, Dr. Judy Mikovits.
Oh yeah, yep.
Okay, with a Z, right? Not
Yep.
anymore. Not anymore. It's never been with a Z.
Really?
Apparently, that changed.
Yep.
I mean, there's this shit, and it's happening like with more and more stuff, or maybe I'm just noticing more and more of the stuff. Sometimes I'm late to the party. I don't know. But there again, still with the eyes to see and the ears to hear. And I see people all the time. Oh no, it's just a really large, inordinate amount of people are misremembering something. I'm going, fuck you. No, man. I'm sorry. I'm not buying that shit,
Exactly. Yep.
Oh, you're gonna leave out on us, Jack. All right, brother. Well, take care. Yeah, I'm gonna shut her down here a little bit. Anyways, it's just I'm wondering, is it actually really? Are we seeing a like Jack said earlier, like a quickening, like an increase in events? Because it sure seems like it to me.
And when you really look at it, like you think people are starting to wake up to what's really going on, the faking of the flat Earth versus the round Earth, and people are waking up, and they can't have people waking up. And when you look at it, there's really not a lot of people. Like if you watch like Karen B, do you watch Mark Sargent and Karen B on Tuesday nights? They do the 2-hour show at 10 to 12. Do you watch that, Dave?
Yeah, I've seen it before. Yeah.
Yeah, I like to watch that, but when you watch this show, you're getting 300 people. That's it. That's all the people that are awake watching the flat Earth videos. So there's really not a lot of people out there that are awake. If you look at
it's not just that; it's shadow banned like a son of a bitch. I'm shadow banned.
Oh yeah,
I mean, big time. People say, "Oh, I'm an hour and a half into a stream," and somebody says, "I just got the fucking notification." And a lot of people said, I didn't even get a notification, and it's like, okay, that's what they want to do.
Yep.
I guess it's their thing, but to me, it looks like desperation on their part.
Right.
It only bolsters my position that they would have to go through such a thing. Because let's face it, if, as they claim, the Earth being a globe is a actual evident fact, then why do they have to teach it and convince me so badly?
Exactly. Yep.
I mean, why would they be worried if I said that the sky was tartan plaid? I'm sure that I wouldn't get people arguing for days and hours and weeks with me over whether or not the sky is tartan plaid, would they?
Right,
because it's evidently not. All right. So if this was an evident actual fact known for thousands of years, now they say that the Earth is a globe, then why is there even a debate?
Right. Have you heard of Jesus Freak Computer Geek, Dave? Have you heard of him at all?
Say it again.
Jesus Freak Computer Geek. He's got a channel.
No.
Oh yeah, so I've been with him. And how about Richie from Boston? Have you heard of Richie from Boston?
I have. I used to listen to Richie from Boston. Then he went off the fucking deep end and started everybody that moved their hand a certain way was a fucking Illuminati agent. And him and that goddamn RV Truth just went off the crazy deep end with their shit. And I stopped watching it. I was like, God damn, man. Just every time somebody fucking scratches their eye doesn't mean they're giving a fucking Illuminati symbol, God
right.
damn.
Right. But I think Richie, he's the one that really woke me up. He was showing how they had that CERN, the big show at CERN and everything that really gave him his notoriety. But he, that's who really woke me up. And I met a lot of these guys through him, that he followed, like Jesus Freak Computer Geek. He's a Jesus Freak Computer Geek. His name's Dave, and he preaches the Word of God and stuff. But he was an ex-NASA employee for 20 years, and he worked up in Alaska and Antarctica, and he's the one that said that we have no satellites and shit,
Right.
But you look into, okay, let me ask you this question: why do you think the sky is blue? Simple question: why is the sky blue?
You're literally asking me that, right?
Yep.
Okay. Well, I believe it's a electromagnetic function of the sun's positive electromagnetic charge. Fluorescing nitrogen in the atmos, which when exposed to a positive electromagnetic charge will fluoresce blue, sky blue, in fact. So that's what causes daylight. Sunlight and daylight, I believe, are two different things altogether. This is why we often see in these high altitude photographs taken by balloons at 120,000 feet, an obvious hot spot right under the sun, which would be impossible for an object, 93 million miles away to do. So, I believe it's the electromagnetic function of the sun fluorescing the nitrogen in the atmos, and causing it to glow blue. This is why you still have daylight, even though the sun is obscured by clouds. You can have a cloudy day, but you still have daylight. Why? Because it's the glowing of the atmos and not the light from the sun.
I'm trying to find the story. So I ask that question of myself. I'm an ex-Navy aircraft mechanic and stuff, and I get years of sea duty and stuff on carrier groups. But so I found this story about sky ice. Have you ever heard of sky ice?
I have. I've heard of this down in Antarctica.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And
really
so
strange shit, man.
There's this guy that had I actually just had a friend go there for a 1-year tour. So when he comes back, he got hired by the government to go out there and do a 1-year tour, working on their helicopters and stuff like that out there, because I'm an ex-Navy aircraft mechanic. So I can ask him what's going on out there, because he's going to really look for me. But so the sky ice is what the sky is made of, and it's like it's ice. And
from what I understand, they can't bring it here.
Yep.
Because it just kind of like how dry ice does, it just fucking evaporates.
Right. I had a great video you could watch, and it talks about this.
I watched one just recently about from a guy that apparently had worked down there and came back and was telling about this stuff. It's an interesting subject.
Yeah, and how they had tried to bore through the wall on the edge with a boring machine, and they couldn't get through how thick it was, and then the sky ice grew behind it and locked the machine in, so they couldn't get it back out. That's how complex the firmament is,
Dude, I have, look, I'm down with this thing, that there's something, because look, I mean, one of the first primary rules in physics, in thermodynamics, is that you can't have a gas pressure system in a vacuum without containment. It's just, you can't. And I hear the detractors say, oh, well, it's the gravity that holds the air. And a simple experiment would show you that that's not true. Take a small box, for instance. Let's just suppose we had a small box about yay big, right? And it has like a little remote control door, so we don't have to touch it. And we can open it and close it. And we just put it in the ambient atmosphere that we're in, and we seal the box. So the pressure inside that box is the same as everywhere outside. When we place that box inside of a vacuum chamber, now the vacuum chamber, the box, and the air in the box are all being held to the earth by gravity, right? So we reduce the pressure inside of the vacuum chamber to as near zero as possible. And then we open the box. If gravity indeed is holding the air to the earth, the gravity that should hold that air in that box, will it? No. Right. No, it will not. It will equalize with the lesser pressure outside the box every fucking time. So they hit you with this idea of a gradient. Well, that's absolutely true. However, let's take into consideration a gas cylinder, a propane tank, for instance. Inside of that tank is a pressure gradient, whereas at the bottom of the tank, the pressure is greater than at the top of the tank, just based on the density of the materials that are involved in that. And it layers out. The pressure at the top of the tank is less than it is at the bottom of the tank. However, the entire tank itself has an overall pressure. And when that containment is breached, the gradient doesn't matter anymore. It all explosively and violently equalizes with the outside pressure every time. Okay.
It's like a grill tank. Grill
Yes.
liquid on the bottom and gas on the top.
There you
spill
go.
it up. Exactly how a good analogy for that. Yep.
So it's exactly the same thing. It's
Yep.
exactly the same thing. So you could not have a vacuum outside of the Earth's atmosphere without equalization unless there were containment. All right. So if we go with the cosmology of what the Bible tells us and other creation stories, it tells us what's above and below us is water.
Right. Exactly. Yep.
You know.
Yep.
And
you can look at the tombstone for the head of NASA. Right. His tombstone says.
Yeah.
Right. He had that tombstone wrote
It's
right on.
Psalms 19:1. Psalms 19:1.
Yep.
The heavens declare his glory, and the firmament showeth his handiwork.
Well, you know your Bible real good. Yep. Yep.
Do you know? Yeah, we were just talking about that today. Me and a friend of mine came to visit from.
Do you know what Psalm 19:28 is?
No, not right offhand.
Thou shalt not mock thy body.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you're not supposed to be putting tattoos on or body piercings or any of that.
Yeah, I fucked that up. I fucked that up a long time ago.
Yeah, I almost did. When I was overseas and stuff in the Navy, my friends all try to get me to get marked up, and they'd pay for it, this and that. But thank God, my aunt was a nun, and so I never, I always kept her in my prayers and stuff.
See, I do think that yes, this meat suit is a really cool creation. It is sacred. I think that it's really neat that we have this for our soul to inhabit and incarnate during this experience. However, I look at it like this too. This is your ride. It's just like your car. Okay. You are not your car. Your car is going to wear out eventually, and you'll have to get rid of your car. And the driver doesn't die, though, right?
Right.
Okay. The car dies.
Right.
And so I don't know. I kind of think there ain't too much wrong with pimping your ride as long as you don't go overboard with it. There's a such thing as too much.
Right.
But if you want to pimp your ride up a little bit, put some racing stripes on it, maybe, give it some chrome wheels. Ain't nothing wrong with that, man. You're just following your instinct to be individual, right?
Right.
So
I think that in my view, I think that maybe that, when you drink alcohol or you mock your body up, you're killing the receptors of God or the power, the creator talking to you or letting you see things. You know what I mean?
When you take in spirits,
yep.
Okay. I did a whole show on this, that you willingly, through the metaphysical law of a demon or a vampire or whatever, cannot enter your home unless you willingly invite it. Okay. So there's a reason that Al Ghul, alcohol, the flesh-eating spirit, is referred to as spirits. And when you imbibe spirits, in other words, you willingly invite them into your home, which is your body. We just talked about that your body is nothing more than a home for your soul to incarnate. You give yourself willingly over to the influence and possession of minor demons. Okay.
Right.
Now this goes right on straight up to where you start getting the blackouts, where the alcoholic starts to get the blackouts. What is going on during these blackouts? Full-fledged fucking possession. This is why you don't remember anything about you. You don't remember saying this and doing that. Fuck no, I don't.
Right.
Okay.
Yep.
Well, there's a good reason, because it wasn't you. You gave your home away to another spirit that took over.
It's weird how you're saying meat suits, because that Hattie Bob, the paper, did you just see this? I put in the private chat that link.
Yeah, I posted it. I posted it out here in the chat too.
Yeah. So watch that. It's all about the meat suits and how they work, and actually the meat suits are for sale, that they say in this videos. Yeah. If you have the right amount of money, I think it was $1.5 billion that you can buy a meat suit and trade up. That's what this stuff says. But who knows if it's true? It's another rabbit hole you go down. You know what I mean? It's like the Tartarian
Yeah.
experience. Have you seen anything on Tartarians?
I have. I'm down with a lot of the. I'm down with that. There's something happened. Okay. That our history is a lie. There was either a cataclysmic or a series of cataclysmic events. I believe that there was a deliberate repopulation effort in the mid 19th century, leading all the way up into the early 20th century. With the orphan trains, with the incubator babies, the World's Fairs, all
Cabbage
this.
Patch.
Yeah, there's too much. There's too much, and putting together a lot of these things and trying to, you go, wait a second, is this very likely? I mean, I'm looking at this grand structure, and you're telling me that these fucking horse and buggy people slogging around in the mud did that shit? Get out of here! Get out of here! They would have at least put down a hardened road to bring the materials in on. Let's get real.
Right.
So, I know that there's a lot to that. I also
and when you find out that, okay, I've taken the fact that the Earth is flat. Now you turn in the NOS confunded map. Is that true or not too? You look at the confunded map and the Asgard, the other lands that we're not allowed to see, right? That's, you've already said that there's a flat Earth, but you don't know what our continents are shaped like. I mean, the whole thing is a total lie. And when I was in the Navy, I was right out of high school. Me and my buddies all joined together and stuff, and it was right at the end of Vietnam. So I was too young to really look at what I was floating around in the fleet, for land masses and shit. I mean, I went to a lot of different ports and stuff, but knowing what I know today, I would have really paid attention to what the land masses were and where I was with a compass and all that, right?
Well, I mean, I'm sure that they're hiding things. I've noticed on maps that have changed since I was a kid, where they used to show at least an ice cap or a small landmass at the North Pole, whereas now there's nothing depicted at all.
Right.
You look at like the Mercator map. I have one right here of the Arctic Circle, and it's showing Mount Meru, these four continents around it, or the Rupus Negro, and the other continents, the northernmost portions of them are there, Sweden, Denmark. But the interesting thing is, here's Iceland, here's Greenland, and here's another place called Friesland. Where the fuck did it go?
Right.
Okay. Where did Friesland go? If you try to find it today, it's a city in Holland. Okay. But here it is on this map and several others depicted as an actual place. There's a lot. I mean, who's going to let, we can't go a certain parallel north.
Right. Or the Pacific Ocean. You can't fly across the Pacific. Why? Right.
Right.
They hide the whole area there is hidden. Right. You're not allowed to see what's going on that direction. Yep.
That's exactly right. I mean, it's
and every entity on this planet, right, is on board. Was it 1952, the Antarctic Treaty? Every warring faction on the planet's on the Antarctic Treaty. Why? Say if you hate the next guy, Russia hates us, we hate Russia, right? Why is he even fucking listening to the Antarctic Treaty then, right?
Right.
Exactly.
See, this is the whole thing. A lot of people don't realize this. I believe that we've been under a one world government since at least the early 1950s, if not the late 1940s.
Right.
We had this Antarctic Treaty. Everybody observes it, right? With the latest situation that happened over the last 3 years. It's funny how, despite all their differences, every country on Earth agreed to all of the protocols and all of the mandates and all that shit, really. And the couple little countries that didn't, their leaders were like mysteriously taken out and new ones put in who did agree. This tells me that there's some kind of unified control over what we would deem as sovereign nations, that there's an illusion of sovereignty under already a one world government. It's seen with the UN flag, I believe, whereas Antarctica is depicted around
Yep. Yep.
as a wreath of Apollo, a crown, a symbol of authority, around the known Earth that is divided up into 33 sectors. There's a thousands of year old map that was discovered, an Asian map that shows our known world with beyond the Antarctic Circle, 33 other continents.
Right.
We also compare that to what Admiral Byrd said on the Longines Hour when he, after Operation High Jump, about a land bigger than all of America beyond the pole.
Right. Right.
That makes absolutely no sense for a globe.
Right.
And I think it's interesting. It brings us what Jared Jaguar brought up, the nos confundum, with which that channel, that means they confuse us. That literally means they confuse us.
And what's weird is, like, you know, like way back to school, like you're my age. Me and you are about the same age, I think. That,
yeah, I'm 57.
Oh, I'm older than you then.
Okay.
I'm older than you are. But do you remember back when we were in school? Do you remember that in the Roaring '20s, and this is hitting your memory hard? Do you remember the government had poison in the alcohol?
Yes.
It killed thousands of people because they didn't want people drinking alcohol back in the 20s. So you remember that. So if I ask anybody around here that's not my age or younger, oh, I've never heard of that before.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, they put formaldehyde in it and shit.
Exactly. And that used to be. Now, if you search that on Google now, it doesn't exist. Yeah.
And you know what that whole prohibition thing on alcohol was? They lifted it once they got the market set for the gasoline combustion engine.
Oh.
Okay.
Yep.
Which gasoline is really a byproduct, a waste byproduct of the kerosene manufacturing process. So they inadvertently started selling us their toxic waste to use in our means of conveyance.
Just like they're doing with fluoride. Just like fluoride, right? Yep. Feed us the poison. Yep.
So that whole thing wasn't some moral issue about people consuming alcohol. It was all about energy. It was all about energy. So by getting rid of the alcohol and making it illegal to produce any alcohol, there goes any production for which was coming out alcohol combustion engines.
Right.
You see?
Yeah,
and so they got it firmly into the so who comes along but Henry Ford, who now is this mysterious new way of mass production of automobiles to make it affordable for everybody to have. Now it's just like cell phones. Now it's not just a toy of the rich. Everybody can have one of these things, right?
Right.
So just like the cell phone. So now that was cool, because before that it was like, I don't know why everybody's got to be in a hurry to go anywhere. The horse and buggies got us around for all this time, right? Until it became affordable for those people. And then they got one. And so everybody's got this car. Now what happened? You're enslaved by it because you can't fucking exist without one.
Right.
Okay. Same thing with a cell phone or a computer. These were luxuries that were given to us. And now try to survive without these things. You can't apply for a job without the internet.
Yep. They actually want to see your Facebook. I had a girl in my office just went and applied for another job somewhere, and they wanted all her social media sites and to check her all out. Like, and she was going, "I'm not telling you this and that," you know?
Yeah. No, I'm not doing it either, man. Fuck that.
Yeah, I know, that's crazy. Yeah, but you know what's weird is they give you, like, you watch that video that I watched, like you're into the truth like I am, about with that Admiral Byrd video when he was on TV. Like, they give you pieces of the puzzle. Why? Like Christopher Columbus, why even show that? They controlled us way back before that. Why they even tell us that Christopher Columbus thought the world was flat? You know, why do they give you a piece here and there, or do they have to, or because this goes way, way back.
Well, think about the logic, though. Just the logic. Okay. They always float that globe shit with Columbus, like you were saying. Incidentally, 1492 was a very pivotal year because how's the poem go? 1492, Spain expelled the Jews. Oh, you didn't know that happened. You only knew about Columbus, right?
Right.
Ain't that
Wow.
interesting? Ain't that something, right?
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
also the first globe was introduced in 1492. Yet people claim that everybody knew the earth was a globe for 2,000 years. Well, how come nobody made a fucking globe until 1492 then?
Wow. I didn't know that, Dave. Well, you got a great memory, man. That I
I
didn't know.
mean,
Yeah, I just learned something here.
so
Wow.
there's a lot behind that as well. See?
And it's weird you say that with the 1492 because of the I look back at when did they push the globe Earth on us, and it was way back like 19. I think the first going to the moon was like 1907. There's a video by
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Universal. You watch that in France, and they
Yeah,
had the
with
like
the
yeah. So
smile on the moon and the
exactly. Yep.
pokes in its eye and shit.
Yep.
Hang on, I'm just making a cup of coffee here.
Yeah. I'm gonna keep going myself. Yeah, man. Yeah, yeah. So it's weird how you say that because I've been looking back, like, okay, when did they start pushing the globe Earth on everybody? And you look back at this 1907 French movie. It was like a silent movie, but it was like a play with all these people
Yeah,
in it and stuff. Yep.
Trip to the Moon. Yeah,
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 exactly. Yep.
yeah.
And
I think it was H.G. Wells wrote it. Hey, hang on, we're right there. Just one
yeah, no
second.
problem. Oh yeah, Renee Bernays says they also poisoned vanilla extract because alcoholics were going for that as a replacement. Wow, was this in the film? Yeah, yeah, yep. You're right. I saw that too. Yep.
Oh, God. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. I'm coming.
Oh, no problem.
I had to get my ginger juice here.
It's funny. I was watching one of your streams. The yeah. So you look back at okay, when did they start pushing the globe? And you're thinking it went back to 1492, huh?
Well, yeah, that was the first year of the globe that anyone made one. Okay.
Okay.
Because there's always the claim that all he did was all the AE map is a flattened out globe. Well, no, they took an AE map and wrapped it around a fucking ball. That's what really actually took place. The real fight about that started in the late 19th century. And there were a lot of people that came out to say that, no, this globe thing is nonsense. Samuel Rowbotham, for instance, where he wrote Zetetic Cosmology. There were several people at that time that came out. And I think the book that he wrote, 100 Proofs that the Earth is not a Globe, very compelling. And we've got Aries failure, which is they proved that it is actually the sky that's moving. Now, for me, I was tripping on mushrooms and I went to a planetarium. And when I was in that planetarium, I was thinking to myself, I'm like, it's really a trip, man. We're under a dome with the stars and the luminaries being projected onto the ceiling, onto the dome, while we're really under a dome with the stars and the luminaries being projected onto the fucking dome.
Yep. Yep.
I was like, this is a micro of what's really fucking happening.
Right. Right.
Yep,
exactly.
Because I started looking at some of these distances they talk about, okay, well, light travels infinitely through space. Oh, shut the fuck up. What proof do you have of that?
Right. Right.
Okay. That's just dumb. If light travels perpetually and is always going, and all these stars that are in the sky are a bunch of goddamn suns, wouldn't eventually all of space be fucking daytime?
Exactly.
Okay, and it's not. You also have to consider, how far do you think you can see? You move our sun 8 times the distance that they say it is now. That's only one light hour.
Yep.
How big would it be? If it was 8 times further than it is right now, how big would it appear to you? It'd be really, really little if you could see it at all.
Yep. Yep.
So then how many hours are there in a year? That's how many times you got to move it to go 1 light year. Do you think you'd still see it?
Mm-hmm.
You know, and then they tell me it's everything to go against your senses.
Yeah,
oh,
yeah.
what's that red star that's shining up there in the sky? Oh, that's Mars.
Exactly. Yeah.
Oh, really? Why does it shine like that? It's supposed to be this dusty red fucking ball that's twice as far from the sun as the earth is. So what the fuck? Why is it twinkle? Why does it do that? You know, that doesn't make any sense to anybody. That's not a goddamn ball. It's producing its own light, man.
What I tell people is, I've tried to wake up tons of people. Nobody will, even the girls in my office, like, we'll walk out of work at the end of the day, and I walk outside and I look up, and our skies are checkerboarded with fucking chemtrails, right? And I'm an ex-aircraft mechanic, and I said, aircraft engines do not create water vapors. I've never seen one in my whole time when I was in the Navy back in the 80s. You know, never a contrail, right? So they're looking at their phones. Everyone's trained to look down at your phone. They're not looking at the skies. Nobody pays attention.
I
And
know
it's
it.
like, look at the fucking shit that's spraying on us here, you know? And so really, and then when I try to wake them up about it, oh, if I think about it, I get anxiety bad. That's what they tell me. So forget waking anybody up that ain't awake, you know?
That scares me. Nah.
Exactly.
Yeah, you should be, man. Think about what's going on.
Well, you know,
you don't even know what the fuck that shit is.
Well, I mean, Richie from Boston and other people have said it's aluminum, barium, strontium. That's what they're spraying. But my theory is, first I thought they were spraying us like bugs. Now I'm thinking more that they're spraying that shit so they can identify crafts and stuff that's up there. That, like, it's like a you put talcum powder out, or you put a coating out there, and you can see invisible things with you're looking for stuff. You know what I mean?
I think they're fucking drugging us, man.
Maybe I'm trying to dumb us down.
Yeah, dude, I mean, look at how fucking crazy everybody is, man.
Yeah.
I mean, for real. This goddamn YouTube is a fucking nut house of fucking crazy people. I ain't shitting you.
Every time, like the other night you were on, I sat back and listened to this. But anytime any of these guys come on and start, fuck you, this and that, and start drama, kick them right out. Fucking don't even listen to them. But you were just about to hit on something, and I was thinking of coming on and talking about it. Like, you were just about talking about our vision. I don't know if you remember this, and you were talking about, okay, Capricorn 1, and you have the same tapes in your archive that I have. And when I find a good video on YouTube and stuff, I download them. So I have them all on flash drives, right? So because they erase anything good out there or close to the truth, they erase. But when you started talking about your eyes of what you can see and what you can't see, and like the movie They Live with the glasses, you were starting to talk about that, and then bang, you were attacked by all these fucking guys, you know. And just when every time you start talking about what I want to listen to and see what you know about it, they attack you, and then the whole narrative's gone, and nothing's. It's just a physical mental attack that wrecks the whole channel, you know, or so you can't put the message out. But it's funny, when you were talking about that, have you heard of Weaving Spiders, the channel Weaving Spiders?
Yes.
Ben Balderson. So one night they did a show about your eyes, and They Live with the glasses, and some guy had made up a glasses and was sending it to Angel. That the girl Angel, she's like a blonde. He was sending her a pair of those glasses. But come to find out, with your vision, that the seers in Egypt used to put a chemical below their eyes to get visions, and it was real hazardous to their health. And that's what they were talking about on that Weaving Spider show. How we only see less than 10% of the spectrum, like you were saying, and it
0.006%.
Yeah, less than, not even 1%, right? 0.006, way back, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But we think we're seeing everything, and why wouldn't we? Because that's all we've ever seen.
Right.
Right. We accept the reality we're presented with.
So when I try to wake people up, I said, okay, walk out your back door, look up at the moon. You can see the moon, a full moon, bright and clear. Between you and where you're standing, where's all these 3,000 satellites go by? Right? Between when you're standing on the ground and you're looking at the moon, do you see fucking satellites flying by?
No, man.
That's what I'm saying.
How come everybody's able to photograph? They always give me these blurry photographs from a fucking telescope of the ISS. But the Chinese got one of them motherfuckers up there too. How come they don't ever get no picture of that one?
Exactly. Yep.
You know?
Yep. Mm-hmm. Yeah, like I said, that Crow 777 and Jason Lindgren, they've had thousands of hours.
The thing that got me Crow 777, the thing that got me watching him was his lunar wave video.
Yep.
Because I'd already been questioning the moon. Like, what the fuck is that thing? You know, sometimes it's big, huge, sometimes it's little, and I can see through it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I had all these questions. Then he did, and I was coming to the idea that it acted like a projection.
Right.
And it really does.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Because the side that darkens on the flat Earth model, the sun is going around and it laps the moon every 28 days. And what it looks like to me is as the sun approaches it, that's the side of the moon that starts to fucking darken.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, remember back in school when they'd show a movie in this room, they'd wheel a projector in and pull down a screen, and they'd be projecting that movie onto the screen. And if the principal or somebody came to the classroom door and opened it up, the door, the light from the hallway where it hit the screen would obliterate the fucking image, but you'd still see the rest of the image.
Mm-hmm.
Where the light wasn't hitting. And I'm like, oh, is that what happens? Maybe. I don't know. I'm still not looking at that, but the idea of it being a projection, I'm really into that whole idea. And then that whole wave.
Yeah.
I was like, how? No, that's not, because I looked at it close. I was like, is this motherfucker faking this shit? And I looked at it real close, and I'm looking at the edge of the moon. I'm looking for disruptions in the video there, but only seeing it go across the face of the moon. And I'm like, this is some fucking screwy shit, man.
Mm-hmm.
This even goes more into this idea of the projection.
Well,
and like I said, I don't think either one, the sun or the moon, are the actual, what we see are the actual sun and moon.
No, I don't either. I think
the sun is basically a focal point of light. Kind of like when you take a magnifying glass. Remember when you used to burn bugs when you was a kid? Oh, you sick bastard. I tricked you. You see, I got you to admit you tortured bugs with a magnifying glass.
I know. I never did, but I used to
you know what I'm talking about.
Fire and stuff.
All right. So what happens is that light comes down through the lens like this, right? Mm-hmm. And you put that point on something and it's intense and burns, right?
Yep.
But when you lift that lens up, that point's up here.
Yep.
The light spreads this way and this way like an hourglass, but that apex point is still there. That point of energy is still there. You see? And I think that what we deem as what we think we see as the sun is a point of energy, a focal point through a lens like type of situation. It's a theory I'm working with, you know? I don't know. What do you think?
No, I think that's a good theory, yeah. And he's even changed his theory about what the moon is. But our technology is so advanced. Like, do you remember the wildfires in Paradise, California?
Oh yeah, listen, I missed those by like an hour. Really? I had just driven through Paradise, and I was being diverted because of fire as I went south. And I ended up having to take a detour at Redding.
So they're saying those were a wildfire, but then you look at they burned concrete, they melted cars. That was a direct energy weapon, and they wanted everyone out of there. And what they didn't finish them off with, if you notice, no plastic were burned because of microwave weapons, and no trees were burned.
Yep.
Just they targeted all these people, and certain people didn't get targeted. Right?
Do you know who they were? They were the people that didn't have smart meters.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
Yeah. There's a link. There's a link between the smart meters and this shit too. Yeah, I know. I saw that. and it burned through there. I had no idea of what had happened until after I'd gotten all the way back home. And I'd heard about paradise was like basically evaporated off the fucking planet. And I'm like, what the fuck? You know, this is what I'm hearing people say on Facebook, you know, paradise has been obliterated off the map and shit like that. And I'm like, oh Lord, what the hell? I just went through paradise. What the fuck are you talking about? There was some smoke, but there was smoke everywhere, man.
Right.
There was a whole bunch of fires. I had to take detours all through that whole area.
Wow.
But I had no idea the magnitude of what was occurring until after I, you know, got back. I'd see emergency vehicles and they'd have signs up warning about fire and shit like that. But, you know, the best I saw was I'd come by a hillside and it was on fire and there'd be some guys there putting it out. Yeah, so it was about an hour later, and then I heard that paradise was gone. I stopped in Reading, and I was like, what the fuck? Paradise is gone? What are you talking about? I just came through there. And they're going, you're lucky you got through. And I'm like, what the hell? And then I saw the pictures, and I'm like, oh, shit. Come on, man.
Yep.
Come on. How does a barbecue grill made out of fire brick melt? That's fucking stupid, man.
Yep. Yep.
You ain't telling me a forest fire did that.
And what do you think that was? Just a land grab? You think that's what the powers that be did that?
Yeah, I think it was part of it. I really do. I also be able to test out their toys and see how good it works.
Yeah,
The areas burned out seems to match the map for the projected high-speed rail that they want to have, that Nancy Pelosi and her husband are heavily invested into. I don't know. Well, how'd that thing working out with him getting hit in the head with a hammer? We ain't heard a whole lot more about that.
Yeah. No, that's all very quiet. Yeah, they hush all that shit up. Or how about the drinking and driving he had with that? The cops were pulled off the scene, no charges, right? Yeah.
Dude. Well, look at right there. I don't know if you're familiar with a channel called Ironson Auditor, but he's in Ironson, Ohio. And he just did a show on one of his channels about their mayor who was pulled over and arrested for DUI, but ended up pleading it out to a fucking improper signal violation.
Wow.
I want to know who the fuck that guy's lawyer is.
Yeah. Well, you're not going to have any true. You're not going to get any true justice. You know what I mean? With any of these guys,
dude. We watched. They had the video of the fucking body cam from the cop, state trooper. And this dude is, you can tell he's drunker and pissed.
Oh, yeah.
You know, and so there's no doubt at all, but this guy ends up pleading it out to a fucking improper blinker.
Yeah.
And like you say, it's the Paul Pelosi thing.
Yep.
No charges. What the hell, man?
Yep.
Rules for thee, but not for me.
No, that's how it is everywhere. Yeah. Yeah. I don't even believe in that justice system anymore, or the medical system. Like, they get you trained to kill dandelions. Oh my God, I got the perfect lawn. You know, they want to kill dandelions, the best plant you want to eat.
Yeah.
Right? It's crazy out there. The whole world's gone nuts, man.
But that's what I let it grow, man. I don't kill the weeds in my yard, what people call weeds.
Yep.
I don't kill them because it's people like, why don't you get yourself? Because, dude, I don't live on a golf course. Don't you realize that my yard is a pharmacy, man?
Exactly.
And they're like, what are you talking about? I'm like, all right, you see this right here? This is good for this, this, and this right here. This right here, I can take this and I can make it into a poultice for burns, cuts, abrasions. And, you know, oh, really? Yeah, I didn't know that. We used to have to pull that with our hands, man, when we were kids. Yeah, you did, because your folks were talked into living on a fucking golf course by Madison Avenue.
Right. People don't even know about pine trees, pine needle tea, how high in vitamin C it is. And I downloaded 52 edible herbs in my area and what they are and stuff. Oh yeah. When's the last time you watched TV and saw anything about natural health or anything like that at all? None.
Oh no, they don't want you to do that because it's there's big bucks in keeping you sick.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
that's the whole thing. The unofficial motto of the medical practice, in my opinion, is you know, a patient cured is a customer lost. You know, and I put this to the test, man. I've been down, have to wait for somebody at the hospital, and I thought, you know what? I'm going to sit here. I'm going to see how many fucking healthy people I see. After all, this is a healthcare institution, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah.
Okay. So let's see how many healthy people we see come out of this place. And you
Right.
don't see any.
Right.
Well, no, but they're all carrying a little bag from the pharmacy. I can
Yep.
guarantee you that. Every
Yep.
single goddamn one of them.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and then you go inside the place and you're hard pressed to tell, wait a second, you're a healthcare professional and you're one of the most unhealthy people I've ever seen.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. We've got a real big problem going on. And you know, one of the things too, although I disagree with war and that kind of thing too, one of the biggest problems I'm hearing that recruiters are having and being able to fill the ranks of our military is the fact that too many of these kids are not only just total out and out pussies, but they're stupid and fat. Yes. The majority of them are stupid and fat.
Wow. Yeah. That they wouldn't lost in the boot camp I went through years ago. We used to have, when we had somebody that was stupid and fat, we used to give them a blanket party, right?
Yeah. I know, man. Look, the best these guys would ever be able to do is to be maybe stop bullets.
Yeah. Exactly.
And that's it. As they cry. I'm not saying that there's anything glorious or brave about war. It's a horrible goddamn thing. But you gotta, you know, sometimes man up. There's situations where you gotta man up, and these kids will curl over and cry. And
Right.
it's really pitiful. It's this part of this what we got is it's kids from the generation that was before them, which was the first one. They started with the everybody gets a fucking ribbon.
Oh yeah. Actually,
Okay. So
yep.
now we're in Gen 2 of that. You see those fucking spoiled little bitches. Now they got kids and they're raising them in that same way. They're trying to make the rest of society like that too. Why? Oh, it's okay if you think you're a cat. Here's a box for you to shit in.
Right.
No, you're not a fucking cat. Get a hold of yourself, straighten up, fly right. You know, you can't do that no more. There's none of that. They want to project this craziness onto everybody. And they'll get mad at you if you don't accept it.
They're so short-handed for people around in my area, in Boston here. They're advertising on the radio $61,000 a year for 19-year-old kids, recruiting them to be prison guards. They have nobody to guard any prisons. And they're $61,000 a year. That's over $30 an hour to start for a 19-year-old to become a guard. How is that 19-year-old going to handle hard prisoners? You know,
well, part of the problem is this. The worst part of it is this. We don't need the incarceration that we have in this country. The amount of people we have locked up for statutes and not really crimes. In other words, people that have done something that caused no loss, injury, or harm to another, yet because it violated a statute or a code, and now find themselves incarcerated in a prison. Okay, which is not a great place, man. They come out of there bitter people. Trust me. And they have even more resentment towards those that put them there, and not any affinity. There's again the misnomer of the corrections department. There's no corrections taking place. Okay, if you've convicted someone of a crime, an actual crime, and I believe that if they have served their sentence, which was supposed to match and be appropriate to their crime, and that they have been rehabilitated, that they should have every right to have all their rights afforded to them that is endowed to them by their creator. In other words, yes, you can have a gun. Okay. Now, people say, what? But that guy killed people in the past. Well, listen, if you don't trust him, why are you letting him out of fucking prison? Okay.
Yep.
He served his sentence. He paid his punishment. It's done. You don't punish them for the rest of their life. That's ridiculous. Okay. And if the guy is such a heinous motherfucker that you wouldn't trust him to be able to have a self-defense weapon, then why have you let him out of prison in the first goddamn place?
Right.
You see, that doesn't match up with what they try to float by you. But the industrial prison complex is a big dollar industry. And it goes right down into your trust, your bond, your fucking straw man, if you will, where they're collecting on that. There's another thing called the funerary or some shit that gets whatever's left over on your trust after you fucking die. Like little scavengers or something. Listen, this shit is really deep. And so through the industrial prison complex, which the school is a revolving door for that, there's not much difference between public school and prison at all.
Wow.
The fucking food is the same. It's still the same regimented shit.
Yeah.
Single file down the hallway. You got to raise your hand to talk. You got to have a special piece of paper to do any kind of shit. You know, it's exactly the same.
Yep.
You know?
And you're right. The food quality is shitty. You're absolutely right. The food quality for our school systems are terrible.
I don't understand why our school system is involved with feeding children in the first goddamn place.
Well, supposedly they have to feed them a lunch because they can't go 8 hours without food or whatever, right? Or 6 hours. Or...
What's wrong with taking a lunch to school with you?
Right.
That's what I did.
Well, that's what I did too as well. Exactly.
You see, we took a lunch to school, and there was no hot lunch. We didn't have that.
Yep.
Right. And so what they did, lunchtime came around, and they had these tables and benches that folded up into the walls in the gymnasium.
Yep.
And the janitor would come through there just prior to lunchtime, and he would open these things up with a special key and unfold them from the wall. And then you would take your lunch and you would go to the lunchroom and eat. And then you would spend the rest of that lunch break outside at recess. If you were done eating, you went outside. All right.
Yep.
Now, there were some kids who their parents might have substance abuse problems or just not financially able to properly feed those kids. But there was a really cool thing that they did in the school there. That, of course, in the front of the gymnasium, there was a stage. And, of course, the principal or a teacher would be up there at the front of the thing, monitoring the behavior of all the children in the lunch, which is now converted to the lunchroom. Make sure nobody's fighting or throwing food, that kind of thing. And things that kids had in their lunch that they didn't want, they would put up in this box up on the stage. And it would have apples and bananas and sometimes a snack cake or some shit like that. And that was for those kids that didn't have enough to eat. I mean, we took care of it. The school did not provide any food for us. That wasn't even happen until in junior high. And then you had to pay for it. You could take your lunch, but then you had the cafeteria. And if you wanted cafeteria food, it cost a certain amount of money and you had to pay for it. So never in my school was there ever any free food ever provided because the school is not a restaurant. The school is now, because of this, they're not only in the, I guess, education business. That's what we have to call it. They're not only in the education business, they're in the restaurant business. They're also in the transportation business. So now we've got 3 different industries being run by the Department of Education. Restaurants, transportation, and education. What the fuck is going on here?
Right.
You see, if you lived within a certain proximity of school, you walked. If you lived any further than that, then you were considered eligible to ride the bus. Now, the bus didn't stop at your house. Okay, you had to walk from your house to a designated bus stop.
Exactly. Yep. That's how it was when I was a kid. Yep.
All the kids would wait there at the bus stop, and the bus would pull up, and everybody get on and go to school. Same thing when they brought you home. They would drop you off at that same bus stop, and you walk home. Now they got to stop at every goddamn kid's house and let one out.
And they wait, like the kids and the mother or father will stay in their house until they see the bus come out front. The bus beeps, so when you're wondering why the traffic's so fucked up. Yep,
I've seen them. I've seen parents. I've seen parents actually waiting at the end of the driveway in a car to drive them up the driveway to the house.
Oh yeah.
And here you see the little fat bastard get off of the moron bus, wearing a backpack, looking like a fucking Ninja Turtle, and they wonder why he's fat and sluggish.
You're right, man. People are so lazy out there. It's
Oh,
unbelievable, Dave.
my God.
I look at people like, I can't believe you. Some of these people are out of their minds, lazy, dumb. Oh, I don't know how they survive, man, especially how hot it is out there these days.
I was in an outlet store, and this lady I remember the kid's name was Jeffrey, and because I've hated that name ever since. No offense to anybody named Jeffrey, but every time I hear that name, I think about this awful kid. And this mother, with almost a Fran Drescher type voice, kept throughout my visit in this store, Jeffrey, stop. Now, Jeffrey, how many times do I have to tell you? I looked at her and I said, lady, how the fuck high can you count? And she looked at me and I said, you ask him how many times you have to tell him. I've heard you tell him at least 15 now with no fucking repercussions whatsoever. I said, whoop that little son of a bitch's ass. That's what you need to do. She looked at me like, what? But I'm thinking, what the fuck, man? You're just going to keep saying, how many times do I have to tell you? I don't know. You keep doing it. We'll see. You know, and I'm not above if I see somebody's kid acting up and the parent's not doing something about it. I'll definitely fucking say something. Right. I don't care who hears me neither. That same outlet store, another time, there was a woman, this kid, he was running back and forth in front of these books and pulling books off the shelf and throwing them on the floor and shit. And he run there in front of me and I just stopped him. I said, hey, he looked up at me all big-eyed. I said, what the hell do you think you're doing? I said, you go pick those books up right now and you put them back on that shelf, mister. Do it. And he started doing it. And the mother started looking over at me. And I said, well, somebody had to tell a little son of a bitch. You won't do it. Now, I don't care if somebody thinks I'm an asshole for doing that, but God damn it, that's how it was when I was a kid. If I did something, if I was fucking up and a neighbor lady saw me doing something that I was not supposed to be doing, well, she was perfectly within her right to come out and lift my ass up and paddle my ass. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. And God hope my mom didn't find out that happened, because my mom's not going down there to yell at the neighbor lady. She's going to yell at me for fucking up and having the neighbor lady kick my ass. Now that's how the shit's done. Mm-hmm. Not this stuff today. Oh, go over there and do a timeout. And the kid's over there in the corner playing with fucking TikTok. Are you kidding me? You got these little kids walking around with fucking cell phones. What the hell do you need a cell phone for? Mm-hmm. What is that for?
Or the kids today, they won't, like when I was a kid, we used to, in the winter, shovel driveways to make money. We used to clean people's yards up with the leaves and stuff, make money. Now, these kids won't do a thing. It's terrible.
Nope.
It's terrible, you know?
Nope. You can't find anybody to do any kind of fucking work.
Yep.
They don't know how to do anything.
Well, that's you know, and I got 3 kids myself. 2 of them are engineers, and one's going to be an engineer. And so, you know, and when they were younger, I was in construction, so I've had them out there building houses and roofing and teach them mechanics on the cars. You know, I'm an ex-Navy aircraft mechanic, so I do brake jobs, timing chains on the engines, and trying to teach them. But you know, the schools, what they taught them is just typing code on a computer.
Well, this is basically it, and this is the way I think it should be. Like when my grandfather went to school, he was born in 1907. He went as high as most people went in school, and that was to the 8th grade. Now, his 8th grade final exam, I defy college graduates to fucking pass. Mm-hmm. All right. Now, if you wanted higher education and it was to your advantage to get a high school diploma, you went to higher education. It was kind of like pre-college. Mm-hmm. Okay. And that did carry some merit until they came to the point where everybody gets one. Now, what did that do to the value of that document? Well, it's only as good as the stupidest person that has one. Okay. So it don't matter. You could be the brightest son of a bitch in the world, but your piece of paper, your credentials, is only really as good as the stupidest person that has that same piece of paper.
Right.
And so goes it with any degree
Mm-hmm.
like that. See, so it's not a measure of intelligence whatsoever.
No.
But he, like I said, he only went to school through the 8th grade. This
Right.
man was smart as shit. He could lay out stair runners in his fucking head, and they were right every
Yep.
time.
Yep.
Just start cutting the motherfucker. He had
Yep.
it.
Yep.
The skills that people just don't have today. I have a hell of a time with stair runners. I do.
Yep.
I just as soon buy the prefabbed ones and use those, you know?
Mm-hmm.
It's just try to cut it because you can finally get it right and the fucker snap in half or something, you know, one of those.
Right,
deals.
right. Yep.
And you know what I'm talking about.
Yes, yes. Stair rises and treads. Yep. I know.
Yeah.
Oh, yep.
So it's like
And stairs and cutting roof rafters and stuff. Yep.
Yeah.
All easy stuff. Yep.
And so my grandfather, he was rather intelligent as far as that's concerned. Only had the 8th grade education.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Myself, I dropped out of high school in the 11th grade. Okay, because I found out that I don't have to be here at this prison anymore. I can finally get out.
Mm-hmm.
And I had realized already then that diploma is not worth anything. It doesn't mean anything. Because my older brother's got one and that motherfucker can't even read it.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Now you're ex-military too, aren't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, me. Yep. Okay, just like I am. Yep.
See, I was supposed to get a GED or some shit when I went in the military, but they never set it up. They never scheduled it. I never did it.
Mm-hmm.
I still to this day have never gotten a diploma or a high school equivalency at all. And I refuse to, because I stand on that principle that it doesn't matter. I mean, I'm sure I don't come off as an idiot. At least I hope I don't.
No. You're very knowledgeable. Yep.
So, you know, it's like, listen, I don't need somebody sanctioning that I have knowledge. I can go to the well source, get the knowledge, discern it myself, and you know, what the fuck? I don't need your permission or you know, that somebody else to say, oh, here you go, here's a piece of paper, you know, that means that you're smart now. Oh, okay. Well, shit, I was dumber in hell until you gave that to me. What the fuck? You know?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And people really take that seriously. I have a guy that comes on all the time, Nick Volt. I don't know if you are familiar with him or not. He's a professor of physics, supposedly, at a university in California. And I don't know, for supposedly somebody who's very educated, he acts very, very childish. Mm-hmm. You know, but he takes that authority of that degree, of that moniker, really, really serious. One night we was even having a discussion on cymatics, and he come into the conversation, and I was talking about how the difference in frequency between 432 hertz and 440 hertz in the A key, what that difference it does in a cymatic pattern. Okay, it's more complex in the 432 than it is in the 440. And he's like, well, what is cymatics? And so I explained to him, now this is a field of study that I've looked into for years. And I told him, he looked it up real quick on fucking Wikipedia, but then automatically now he was the authority on the fucking cymatics. Despite the fact that I've been studying this. And he says, no, it wouldn't cause a more complex pattern on the plate at all, because and I said, look, I'm going to show you a fucking example. Here's A at 440. Here's A at 432. Which one is the more complex? Oh, well, is that complex? And I'm like,
is cymatics where, like, I've seen videos on YouTube where they put sound and frequency on into sand and make patterns?
Yeah. That's some of it. Yeah.
Okay. I've seen a lot of that stuff. And that's how I think crop circles are made, actually.
I believe they're an electromagnetic thing as well. I do. Yep. How it's being done, I'm not sure.
Oh, no.
Could be being done from high altitude balloons the same way as those fires in Northern California were.
Yep.
You know, satelloons, if you will. They've got balloons as big as the fucking Astrodome, dude. You're never going to see them because at the altitude that they're flying, it's just nothing. You don't see them. Plus,
when I was in the Navy out in California, they had blimp hangars for the balloons. Mm-hmm. So they had those way out in Fresno, out in the middle of nowhere. Yep. So that's where they're doing all this shit, you know? Well,
they're doing them from there, Antarctica. I've seen some of them where they fuck up and catch the wind and about halfway kill a bunch of people and shit on their way up. It's he says, I don't have handmade credentials either. Dreamland. I like Dreamular. She's a trip. Yeah, she's definitely on the same wavelength.
But you just saw your first satellite come out of orbit with that balloon one floating across
Yes.
the country. Yep.
Yes, listen, I'm saying this. They should have asked me to be their cover because I would have picked North Korea. More
Yeah.
believable than China. I
Mhm.
mean, doesn't China's already got, supposedly they have their own satellites
Mhm.
and they even have their own space station
Oh yeah.
and they have TikTok. Why the fuck would they need a spy balloon to spy on us with, right?
Right.
And what's worse is why did you use a $500,000 fucking Sidewinder missile to pop a balloon? You could have just flown up near it and hit it with a slingshot or something, for Christ's sake, or shoot it with a rifle, let it come down rather slowly and then collect the fucking prize, right?
Mhm.
No, we're going to wait until it's over the water. And we're not just going to pop the balloon. We're going to use a Sidewinder missile to pop the balloon.
Mhm.
The Sidewinder missile didn't explode.
Exactly.
It went through the balloon. Where
And
the
and
fuck
and,
did
and
it go?
a Sidewinder missile. I'm ex-Navy. I know all about these. The heat seekers. The balloon
Mhm.
ain't giving you heat, man. It's like they're so full of shit. Everything they say, I don't believe a word of anything they say on TV. It's so full of it, man.
Well, do you see the pattern?
Yeah.
1947, a
Yep.
UFO crashes on Matt Braswell's fucking ranch
Mhm.
in near Roswell, New Mexico. Okay.
Yeah.
Jesse Marcel, interviewed by the newspaper, said that they had recovered a flying disc. Right.
Yep.
All right. So what they cover it with the next day?
Balloon. Yep.
A balloon. Oh my
Yep.
God. Here we go. Balloons and fucking UFOs again.
Yep.
Again. I mean, it's the same fucking thing.
Yeah,
They're
well,
doing
we always knew that they're going to pull the UFO narrative now to keep the masses right. That's always on the table to throw in there to get the attention off of what's really going on again, right?
Yeah.
So we know that that's one of their cards they're going to try to play is the
Well,
UFO invasion and shit. Yeah.
they keep seeding it to the point where, look, when people first started talking about UFOs and it was everybody was being teased about little green man and there is no such thing, da 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 da. And it started through the ethos to where it became a little more acceptable, especially with the Barney and Betty Hill story and other such Whitley Strieber communion and the Travis Walton story and shit.
Yep. Yep.
So more and more people,
Fire in the sky. Yep.
right. So as we got a little further along generationally, the idea of the concept with Carl Sagan, even that the concept of beings from other worlds could visit our planet and this kind of shit, right? And then we get ourselves into the 80s where we got Reagan talking about, wouldn't it be something if we were attacked by an outside force, like an alien force, and
Yep.
we'd have to put aside our differences? Okay. We could zoom along a little further. It gets seeded more and more into the ethos, into the consciousness of the Independence Day, where the world had to come together to defeat the aliens. Right.
Right.
Okay. This whole fucking thing, they've been seeding the idea. So here within the last few years, they've been having UFO disclosure and releasing footage from jets that have chased unknown objects, and more stories coming into our collective media regarding UFOs and the government's cover up of them and this, that, and the other. And then this recent thing where they're supposedly shooting down UFOs. Okay. So get ready. What are we getting ready for? What have they been already seeding you for?
Right.
The Independence Day style invasion of an alien force.
Right.
Now, here comes the crossroads of that type of a project. They have the option of making the invasion a malevolent or benevolent one.
Mhm.
Either way, it's going to grab the attention of us earthlings and cause most to capitulate to whatever the narrative is.
Exactly. Yep. That's
But
coming.
as history has shown us, they want to use the Hegelian dialectic, a problem, your reaction, and then there they are with the already fabricated solution, which was what they were trying to push in the first place.
Right.
All right. We saw that with the NDAA and other the Patriot Act and things. I mean, you mean to tell me they had all that fucking written up, those thousands of pages of legislation written up that short time after fucking 9/11? Really?
Yeah.
Come on.
And think about it. Donald Trump created a space force. Okay, you got a space force. Where's the spaceships? Right? they already have them all built, man.
Well, see, that's why I think that NASA's a glorious distraction to get you to look up instead of looking out.
Right.
And it brings me right back to that whole idea of nos confunden,
Yep.
where the outer worlds, extra terra,
Yep.
extra land beyond in the outer spaces.
Mhm.
And I think it's very telling too that all of ours, if you look at every sci-fi space movie or series, whatever they have you that they're seeding you with, the common theme is that these have nautical representations.
Yeah,
the ships are treated like nautical ships. The ranks of the officers and those aboard are given naval ranks.
Yep. Yep.
They use naval terms of starboard and port and yeah. So I wonder, is Space Force actually something to the outer spaces? What's the recruitment? How's that going? How many people are in the Space Force now? When you go to the local recruiter, do they have a Army, Navy, Marines, Air Force, Coast Guard, and Space Force?
Right.
This is some of the shit. Or are they recruiting from other already established military? Or is it just a bunch of fucking shit to keep your hopes up about one day we're going to have fucking hotels in space and shit. I mean, they were floating that back in 1968 with Stanley Kubrick's 2001 Space Odyssey.
Right.
Of course, that movie was supposed to be taking place in the year 2001. And they depict right in the beginning of it with the commercial space flight. It's powered by who? Pan Am is the logo that's on the craft that he's flying to this space station. Right. And he's got a dock with the space station, and on there he gets to have a video call home, and it's Bell Telephone is the logo that comes up on the screen. So this whole floating of people commonly going to space, and here's somebody, she's a space stewardess, and it shows her walking along with a tray in the space station and shit, really giving you this idea. And here we are. How many years later now?
Yeah, exactly.
52 years later, and we haven't gone back to the moon.
Right.
Because we never went in the first place. Best we can do is low Earth orbit, or so they say. We can't get to the moon because of the Van Allen radiation belt, but for some reason that's not a problem when we got to go past the moon to go to Mars.
Right, exactly.
Yeah. What? And this is why I say people are crazy. They're under a spell, because in order for them to actually buy that, and defend that and say, yeah, okay, well, that makes sense to me. Wait, how does that make sense to you?
Oh, then they came back just recently and said with this last shuttle, this last launch they did of a rocket, it went around way outside the moon. Now the moon's in our own atmosphere. Did you see that bullshit? It's like, oh my, you know what I mean? Make up your mind here. Now the moon's in our own atmosphere. It's crazy, man.
So they just keep fucking making up shit. And like I said,
but you can't have a space force without spaceships, right? Unless they're all just playing cribbage. So they show you a little bit, but they don't show you a lot. But do you watch that guy's channel, Mr. MBBB333?
Yes.
Yeah, I watch him now. He just came out with a couple of videos. I like to watch.
I got to resubscribe. This is my new channel. My other channel got fucking pooched, man.
Yeah, so he does. I like to watch his because he gets all these people showing videos and the skies and what's going on now. He just came out the last couple of days and showed, he's got this one lady that she's getting all these videos and off of the space station, you know.
Yeah.
But they just tracked hundreds of TikToks or whatever these ships are up by Antarctica. She's showing them all the video and everything of hundreds and hundreds of these ships are flying around up there, wicked fast, unbelievable speed and maneuverability. Is that our space force that's flying around? It's not in space. It's always up around
Well,
Antarctica.
did you know that NASA defines space as any area above 35,000 feet?
No.
Yeah. And they also define a spaceship as any vehicle that travels at a altitude above that.
Right.
So it's real loose because you've got the idea of spaceship and rockets or whatever, UFO,
Yeah.
that kind of thing. And it's in their definitions. It really is. But I was going to add, okay, how long has that space station been up there now? 25 years? 30 years?
Yep.
All right. What the fuck are they doing? I mean, what are they actually fucking doing?
Nothing.
They say science, but look, man, you got to look at even somebody. There was a guy I watched. He did a calculation, okay, for like what it costs to take some of the things they have up there, some of the nonsense things. And I think at last count there were at least 5 guitars at approximately $1.5 million a piece to take them up. There's an oboe and some other kind of fucking instrument and some drums. I mean, they got a whole goddamn music studio up there. Right? And what do? They just sit there all day and do somersaults? And what are they doing? What kind of, and they say, well, we do all kinds of important science. Like what?
Exactly.
Like what? What science?
$52 million a day they spend for NASA, right? But they can't put a porta potty on any street corner in San Francisco with people going to the bathroom in the streets. I mean, it's so sick, these people, you know? Who believes they're rubbish? It's so stupid.
Well, I'm trying to figure out what's the benefit of this space station so far. It's not been any.
I actually think that you just saw the space station come down on that balloon, to tell you the truth.
I did say this right shortly after I went, I said one of their satelloons got too low and they went into damage control mode. Okay.
Yep. You just saw your first decaying satellite right there.
The next thing I thought was this. I said, I will bet you that we have an ISS disaster sometime this summer. Because, listen, this veil is not just being lifted. This veil is shredding.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
This veil is shredding. People are seeing through the nonsense and the bullshit.
Well, one of the big eye openers, I think that I don't know if this is they got to calculate all the shit, but I don't want to get your channel banned. But the C1,
yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. So that narrative, now that all these people have taken that, is coming to a head because you got Dr. Drew, you got Dr. John Campbell, all these guys coming out with these experts saying all these people are sick from it.
Well, this is what you're seeing. It's like the fucking roles reversed. The whole narrative flipped. Completely flipped. I'm still not going to talk about it, but I mean, in that arena, the narrative fucking totally flipped now. Okay. And it's like that's not by accident.
That's what I'm saying.
By accident, because
that's not by accident.
There was this hubris that took place amongst those that participated, right? To the point where they were ready to persecute anyone who didn't participate.
Right.
Yep. And now it's like, oh, look how the tables have turned. And now I see you for who you are.
Yeah.
You see? And they're like, oh, can't we just get along? But it's another part of that divide and conquer thing. I went like this, man. This was my whole attitude. People would say, well, because of this, you got to do that. And I'm like, oh no, you don't understand. I'm not in that.
Yep.
I'm not in that.
Yep.
I'm not in that. When they go, what do you mean you're not in that? I said, no, I'm not in that. That's for you. Okay. That doesn't apply to me. Okay. And they really couldn't understand what I was talking about a lot of times. But the reality of it is like, no, I didn't take the fucking bait.
Okay? Yeah, me neither. I was my job trying to force me to take it, and I was going to walk. and I didn't take it, and now I'm the smartest guy in the room. Yep.
I know. And it's like, look, if you didn't see, well, we're not even going to go on that. I'll wait till I get
Yeah,
my,
I know. I know. You gotta
yeah,
really
yeah.
watch what you say.
But I mean, I was like, come on, man, blind man could have seen that coming.
Yeah.
Especially
Well,
if you know the track record of these fucks, holy God. I mean, have they ever done anything that was truly benevolent?
Mm-hmm.
No.
Everything
they've done has been detrimental. And by they, I mean the establishment itself, whether it be you want to call it government, leadership, whatever the fucking case. And every time that they play like they're trying to help you, it's always they're greasing your butthole up to fuck you.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
what's weird is I just had my latest physical, and I'm older than you are, but I'm ex-military, and I was overseas 3 years. So when I had my physical, everything's right. My blood, they can tell anything about your body through your blood. So I had my physical and everything, and the only thing my doctor said, which my doctor retired, so I got this new young guy that wants to, everything he wants to give you is S, S, S. And I said, no, right? So I brought my military shot record in. I got a book from being overseas from the military, and I go, hey, can you take a look at this and see what they gave me? Oh, I don't even want to look at that. You know what I mean? My own doctor that's out for my health don't want to look at the shots that the military gave me overseas.
Yeah, I know. I had to take that overseas shot, and that thing felt like my fucking arm was going to come off.
I had a lot of them. I got a book full of all kinds of shit they gave me, So who knows what I got.
Once my enlistment was done, there ain't no fucking way I wanted any more part of that dumb shit, man.
Yeah, exactly.
I was like, look, okay, you stupid motherfuckers are going to get me killed.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's all there is to this. When we went out on war games, it was like I was usually one of the only fucking survivors. And it was all just because I knew what to fucking do.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
A lot of these other people, they just couldn't fucking get it. They just couldn't get it. And I was like, what the hell do you not get about the fact that, your job entails you're going to be one of the first ones to go.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to be one of the first ones they take out. So it behooves you to not be near your fucking transmitter.
Yeah.
Because that's what they're homing in on.
Mm-hmm.
Remote that shit.
Yep.
They're like, what? And I was like, God damn, it's in the field manual. You sit in that goddamn radio box and you're going to get turned into toast in like 30 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. As soon as you key up, you're done.
Yep.
They couldn't get that shit, and just various survival techniques in the field.
Well, I've heard you on your other streams. You're a hunter like I am. I hunt. I get pheasants. I get Hungarian partridge, deer. I've taught all my kids to shoot and stuff. So I've been hunting. My father had me hunting at 9 years old, and so one big thing I've learned when I was out hunting with my friends, but we used to play paintball gun, and that is a wicked good teaching method to learn how to paintball in the woods, with using trees for cover and stuff like that. So, when you came down to a real firefight, boy, that's a good training. I don't know if you've ever tried that paintballing. Yeah. That is a great sport to learn how, if you have to go into the real world with a real gun and you know how to play paintball and are good at it, that's a good teaching thing right there. I highly recommend anybody that has never gone out there and done the paintballing. Now, I'm not saying on a course. I'm saying about out in the woods. Oh, there's you, huh?
That's
with the gun.
me.
Wow.
That's me.
Yeah.
And I still have both of those firearms.
Do you really? Wow.
Yeah. That rifle is an Ithaca.
Yep.
Lever action, single shot, 22 long rifle.
Wow.
And the pistol is a 45 caliber cap and ball. Black powder pistol.
Wow.
And
nice.
I was approximately 2 months old in that picture.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yep.
So I recreated with those same guns, and I don't have it available right here, right now. I'll have to dig it out.
Recreated it with you now with the same.
No, I recreated it with my granddaughter.
Oh.
Using the same guns.
Nice.
So I thought that was kind of cool. But I went ahead and but
But
that was me before I became a domestic terrorist.
Oh.
I mean, really, if you think about it, I guess I would be classified as that because I think that my statements and my thoughts, although I don't mean any maliciousness toward anyone, they would be deemed dangerous by the establishment merely because it begs people to think and question.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like I've said, I don't question authority. I deny its existence.
Mm-hmm.
What gives another man authority or power over any other man? Where does that fucking come from?
Right. Right.
You know, if I don't accept it, it's not so. The only thing they have left at that point is a monopoly on violence
Right.
and force. That's it.
In which now the society is getting to a point where the cities, people are fleeing the cities. They're not safe anymore. I mean,
No, they're not.
all these people are going into stores. You can steal up to $1,000 of merchandise, no charges. It's society is breaking down. People are
Portland,
fleeing to the suburbs.
Oregon.
Yep.
Walmart is closing all their stores in Portland, Oregon.
Yep. Because they're
Because
just
of
going in
that.
there and stealing everything. So
Yep.
what happens when all these stores that know they have no protection are going to close? Then the trouble comes further out to the suburbs, right?
Well, it
Yep.
might. See,
Yep.
that's just the thing. Like we got problems in DC, Northern Virginia, but I'm here in the Shenandoah Valley.
Mhm.
And things are a little different here than they are up there. You know, if it were to try and spread to here, I guarantee you the meat whistle would be going off all the time.
Mhm.
Because where I live, I know that everyone around me, every one of my neighbors is armed to
Yep.
the fucking teeth,
Mhm.
including myself.
Yep.
Okay. And we look out for one another.
Well, that's good. You're
You
in a good
see,
spot. Yep.
that doesn't mean I hang out with them.
Right. Right.
Right.
Yep.
But like my neighbor, now, you know me, I'm anti-government. I disagree with much of what the police do and shit. But my neighbor is a county sheriff's deputy. Right.
Yep.
And he gave me a key to his house so that when he's away and him and his wife are away, if something happens, I have a means to be able to get into his house.
Right. Right.
Now there's trust.
Yep.
Right there. I mean, would you trust somebody like me? I mean, no. But no, for real. I mean, it's like he knows that, you know, most of the things I think that he's charged with doing, although he's real, you got to know him. He's very liberty minded. He says, I won't ever enforce any of those stupid gun laws. Never. You know, if it's unconstitutional, he says, I'm not fucking doing it.
Right. Right.
You know,
Yeah. So
says
he's
that,
got a good head on his shoulders.
yeah,
Yep.
he does. He does.
Yep.
And I like him a lot. He's always there if I need something. I'm always here if he needs something. Same thing with the people all around me. Okay. But no, I don't hang out with them. But we've got that kind of a tight-knit community. You know, somebody in the neighborhood, we hear they have a death in the family or something, which occurs a lot because there's a lot of old people around here. It's not uncommon for all the neighbors to get together, you know, and of course, visit and show their condolences, even though they might not have ever talked to the woman in 10 years, you know, but that's just the kind of world that I live in. Right. And I can't ever go back to that whole kind of city where everybody's cold and everybody's uncaring, looking out for only their self. You know, that's part of what's wrong. And there's a more common thing here than what you find there too. People here actually have God in their life. You know, whether they go to church or not, they at least have faith in a higher power, a creator, a God. Whereas you find such a den of fucking atheism in the city.
Right, right.
You really do. It's remarkable. And I think that's one of the reasons for the high incidences of narcissistic behavior amongst people. They're missing something. They're seeking validation. And because they don't have validation by God, or at least they don't exist God does not exist to them, then they seek validation from other people. And so what do? They're doing the duck lips and selfies and posting them all over Instagram. And look how important my life is. Here's what I had for dinner, and here's where I went to on my Saturday afternoon. And here's a cute little fucking cartoon that I found. And please let me be relevant. Please let me be relevant. And when you come to the idea that you walk hand in hand and you walk with your creator, and the rest of it is irrelevant. You don't need the validation of others. Validation of yourself is already within. You're shining that light. That light attracts other light. The darkness will try to come for it. And I've had that happen recently. But can you go into a fully lit room with a handful of darkness and dim the light? No. I can walk into a completely pitch black room with a small handful of light and illuminate the room, though.
Right.
That's what I try to be, is that light.
Well, look what just through the last pandemic, they shut the churches all down, but they kept the package stores open, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
They
Liquor
wanted to.
stores stayed open.
Yep.
Churches closed.
Yep.
And
exactly.
there's an attack on God. There's definitely an attack on God.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that part of this, like this Mandela effects, I think that that's part of it too, to throw any kind of validity in God out the window for people.
Yeah.
By having some of these nonsensical fucking changes that have taken place that make no sense.
Mm-hmm.
The Lord God and his creator, what are you talking about?
Yeah.
What are you talking about? God repented. What?
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't make any sense. And then you're talking about that if you don't have lambs to sacrifice, then she will be able to bring turtles. What?
Yeah.
I mean, there's none of it. I mean, it's just sort of like, wait a second, somebody's just playing a joke here. But to even make spectacle of something like the Bible would be a blasphemous task, a blasphemous deed.
Mm-hmm.
And something like that's not humanly possible, not by a mortal man or mortal men. So I think this is coming from a higher force outside of this dimension, or that has dominion over this dimension. And either way, I don't think it's a benevolent thing. I see it as very malevolent, because and then it comes along with its repercussions. When Legion shows itself through various people in chat and comments that just want to be hateful.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
When it comes to these situations,
Mm-hmm.
and these truths, and like you were saying, detract away from what we're discussing.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly.
You see?
Yep.
And that's
what they want.
part of Legion's job. I almost liken it to in the movie The Matrix, where he warns that anybody can become an Agent Smith at any time.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah.
And even the old lady making cookies, you make the wrong move, she can turn into Agent Smith right there.
Right.
Okay. And we see that a lot of times. Some of these people, they're not even, it's happening unwittingly. What gives someone the urge to go through the trouble to type something fucking nasty into a chat?
Right.
I have to wonder, what is the thought process behind that? What is the gratification? What's the payoff for that effort?
What do you think? MK Ultra, some shit like that goes on with people against
No,
people?
actually, I think it's Legion, the army of nameless demons that accompany the Shaitan, working vicariously through unwitting individuals. Maybe some of them are actually aware of it.
Right.
But I believe that they are showing themselves through others.
Mm-hmm.
Because you have to think, what is the payoff? What would someone have to gain by doing something like that?
Right.
Right? Okay, you might get a chuckle or whatever, but then you get worse and worse and worse.
Right.
Hey, I don't agree with what this channel says and stuff. So, hey, what we ought to do is when they go live, we should restream, and then we should send a bunch of people over to say stupid shit in their chat.
Yeah.
What is the whole process of that supposed to accomplish?
Accomplish, right, right.
Right.
Yeah.
Seems like a lot of effort and coordination
Exactly.
for nothing.
For 20 something people watching, right? If
Yeah,
you
yeah,
don't like the channel, don't come here.
Right.
Exactly. Hey, you ever follow that guy, David Wilcock? You
I
ever watch
used
him?
to, but I
Me
found
too.
him to be a gatekeeper.
Yeah, exactly. But have you watched his latest stuff, like his total breakdown and all that shit?
No.
Oh,
I
yeah,
knew he was part of Gaia TV, and I know Gaia TV to be less than honorable, should
Okay.
I say?
Yep.
I have to be very wary of a lot of these. When I see a channel get really big
Mhm.
and really popular, I start to steer away from it because I start to see changes take place,
Mhm.
and they're not for the good.
Right.
They start going along, like I said before, for the fancy pants and the lollipops, the shekels. A great example of that is Joe Rogan.
Yep.
Okay. That's one everybody watched in real time.
Mhm.
The only flat earther in history to ever go back to globe belief.
Yeah, yeah.
And why did he do it? For the shekels, for the fancy pants and lollipops. That's
Mhm.
exactly why.
Well, these guys like Alex Jones and Joe Rogan, they have to they walk a fine line. David Icke, there's a fine line they walk. They give you
Did you ever see the movie Network?
yeah. Hmm. With
Okay,
Sandra
right
Bullock,
there.
I think. Was it Sandra Bullock in that one? I think.
No, Network. The one with the guy just loses it on the air and he says, "Go to your windows now and yell out, I'm sick and tired of it and I'm not taking it anymore." Right?
Right.
This was in the 70s, this movie. And after doing this, and people started doing it. And he gets called before the network head, who's Ned Beatty. And he's real friendly and says, "Hey, come on in here, Mr. Beale. I wanted to talk to you, and just discuss a few things with you." And he takes him in this room, and it's this big, long fucking table with those green lamps. You know the ones I'm talking about?
Yeah, the
Those
loyal
green
lamps.
desk lamps,
Yep, loyal
just
lamps.
lining every edge of the table, right? And he sits him down in that chair. And Ned Beatty becomes the fucking devil. And he
Oh.
goes, "You, Mr. Beale, have messed with the fundamental laws of nature. You think of this and that and the other, while in reality, the world is a corporation." And he goes into this whole thing and then comes out of character and goes, "Am I making sense to you?" And then he goes right back into being the fucking devil again. And this guy's sitting in his chair just totally freaked out. And so the network uses this to their advantage and starts using him. He has his own show now. And he has these other people on there, like a psychic and some other dumb shit. And they start turning him into this gatekeeper fucking guy. They use it to their advantage.
Mm-hmm.
That's another one on my list of movies that must be watched.
Okay, I'm gonna watch that one. See, I probably watched it, but I forget that one.
Have you ever seen Wag the Dog?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. For anybody who's not seen Wag the Dog, real quick, I'm going to put a link in the chat. This is where you can go and watch for free the movie Wag the Dog, which is interesting. Anne Hesh was in that.
Yeah,
She
yeah.
was also in a movie about the chemtrails. Have you seen the helicopter footage of her being wheeled out of?
Yeah, yeah. That was a terrible. How she was in that high-speed car accident. Then they dragged her out of there on a stretcher. She was still alive, getting up. But then she said that I don't know what happened to her.
They pushed her back down and covered her up.
Yeah.
And then she later died.
Yep.
Now I have to look at some things. Back years ago, she used to be a girlfriend of Ellen DeGeneres. Her and Ellen DeGeneres were an item. What has Ellen DeGeneres been notoriously recently implicated in? Well, that's right, the Pleasure Island fiasco.
Yep.
Okay. We've also seen her deteriorating over the last few years without the supply of a certain substance that is horrifically harvested.
Yeah. I know what you're talking about.
Okay.
Yeah.
So she had just done a podcast right before that where she was talking about she was going to come out about a bunch of this shit. And on the last part of that podcast, what she said is, all I can say is there's nothing you can do about it now. You're fucked. Next thing you know, she's dead.
Yep.
So,
which refortifies my if there's evil, there has to be good, right?
oh yes, you can't have one without the other. It's
Exactly. So that fortifies my belief in Jesus and God and stuff. You know,
it's where
Definitely.
it's where you resonate, man.
Yep.
It's how you resonate. That's what you're going to attract to. It's the vibration, and it's that vibration of love, light, and gratitude. God dang, most importantly, gratitude. You know, people say, "Oh, I'm looking for a miracle." Holy shit! When you open your eyes, first thing when you wake up, that's a miracle.
Exactly. Every day you wake up's a good day in my book.
Well, I mean, just think about what you're taking in. I mean, it's glorious. It's insane, and people lose sight of that because it's every day. They're just used to it, but they don't take into consideration the magnitude of just what that initial awakening in the morning is all about. You know, and there again, a reference to the dead. What awake? What do you mean awake? That's what you do for dead people, isn't it? You have a wake. I don't know, man. I'm not. I think that not asleep is a better term.
Yeah,
I'm not real down with some of this shit that they have us speaking really in death terms all the time. But you know, that's where it's where you want to resonate at. But you remember back years ago where Randy Quaid was talking about, you know, everybody thought he was all crazy, and he's talking about this group of star whackers. And he's talking about people that he knew personally that have died by these star whackers. And he mentioned Heath Ledger and others. And he was genuinely in fear of his life.
Yeah, I don't remember. I know who Randy Quaid is, but I don't remember that.
Yeah, they thought he'd gone off the fucking rails, you know, or at least they tried to make it look like he'd gone off the rails. But I'm seeing some validity in what he was saying. And it would be to their advantage to make him look crazy. You know, but let's face it, man, there's some fucking real suspicious shit around some of these deaths. And the connection to what these people were doing. Look at Chester Bennington and Chris Cornell, Anthony Bourdain. Man, there's a lot. Anne Hesh. And what I was getting at with Anne Hesh is that look at some of the movies she was in. Wag the Dog.
Yep.
That one about the fucking chemtrails.
Yep.
Right? Some controversial shit. So I don't know, man. Maybe with that last statement on that podcast, though, said there's nothing you can do. You're fucked.
Yeah. But what I was getting with Alex Jones or Joe Rogan, those guys, they have to walk a fine line. They're walking a fine line. But what I like about Alex Jones, he's always about God and Jesus. But he said on some of his shows that the entities that control this place have been here for thousands of years. That's a truth he let out. So whether it's David Icke and the lizards, you know what I mean? That stuff. But they all know it. Joe Rogan.
Well, let's break down. Yeah, I'm sure I'm down with that idea too, because it's like these people that we call the elite. Let's just repronounce that word a different way. L-ite. L being Saturn, Saturn being Satan. The Elites, these blue bloods, and especially in the higher realms of these families, who make certain that their bloodline stays pure, up to and including inbreeding. And what I wonder is that, is this a specific gene code that allows a pairing, like a Bluetooth or something, or even full-on possession of perhaps some sort of a parasitic or demonic entity that then uses that person as a host? You know, like in the TV show Stargate.
Yeah.
Okay, the Goa'uld. The Goa'uld had a human host.
Right.
And this thing completely controlled that human host. And when that human host became damaged or old, they would transfer through a ceremony from that host to a new, younger host. And I wonder if that's like part of this thing where they wait a certain amount of time after the monarch dies before they inaugurate or, you know, crown, do the coronation of the new monarch, and, you know, all the fucking dumb shit that goes on around that.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they even Diana was within the royal family bloodline.
Right.
There again, some interesting shit. Diana's the name of the goddess of the moon, right?
Yep.
Where did she die? She died in the Pont de la Lune in Paris, which is the tunnel of the moon.
Right.
Now, to make matters worse, directly under that 13th pillar where the car hit and smashed, in the catacombs is an altar built of human bones to the moon goddess fucking Diana, man.
Mm-hmm.
This shit was a ritual. Absolutely. I believe that 100%. I believe there is dark magic being used at all times. And these people are practicing it, whether you believe it or not, they do, and it seems to be fucking working.
Oh yeah, definitely.
You know?
Yep.
But I wonder if there's something to that. Being, you know, inhabited by some other consciousness, and that's the reason for this bloodline. But I think there again, people, I'm starting to be able to like see them for what they are. You know, I've even noticed that, like, back when I used to watch the news, and they'd have, like, on Fox News, they had what I called info babes, right?
Yep.
These chicks were fucking hot, right? And now I look at them and I'm like, man, they're really not that good looking at all. Look at them. Look at, and I see something weird in their face. You know, it's like, I don't know about you, you know, and I think it's that I'm seeing the world through different eyes today. And like even some of these detractors, when they want to come on panel and want to be a shit or something, I can spot them before they even open their mouth. It's almost like I can see it in their eyes. Like almost a anticipatory glee at the prospect of conflict. I guess that's the best way I can describe it.
Yep. Wow. Yep. I think it's just part of being awake for so many years, right? You're like a new person waking up wouldn't even have the concept of the years of stuff that we've seen and done and researched. Yep.
Yeah, I've been down rabbit holes that led to dead ends, back up out and then back through away. And, you know, wisdom does not come without scars. Trust me.
Exactly. Yep.
And all I can do is impart what I found upon others and say, hey, carry the torch, man. I'm still going, but carry the torch, man. Help me find this.
Well, that's why I think, you know, these people coming in and start fighting on your channel and stop saying shit. Then you guys just got to just shut them off.
Yeah, that's what I've done. That's what I've done.
Don't even engage, because that's just giving them negative energy. They feed on that. Don't even give them, you know, it's like poor Ian. They attacked him left and right. He's such a nice guy and stuff. And him and Cage and OTW, you know, those are nice guys. Don't even engage these people. Just kick them out. Let them go do their own thing. They'll die out quick enough, you know. You know, they always there for its disruption. Yep.
I think one of the reasons that they are so enraged with me is the fact that I don't acknowledge them as anything.
Right.
You know, and that really fucking hurts their ass. which that's, good. I don't, it's inconsequential to me. I'm not trying to hurt anybody's ass. I just don't want to have to fucking deal with that or care about it. So
Right.
whatever, say whatever you want to, do whatever. If somebody is weak-minded enough to go along with whatever narrative you've made up in order to portray me in a negative connotation, well, that's cool, because those are people that had too much work to try to fucking give them information anyway. They've already got a closed up mind.
Right.
They fell for that. So, I let the truth fall where it's at. Anybody's welcome to come over and talk to me, and that's all well and good. I enjoy that. But
I got a trivia question for you. See how your knowledge is. Trivia.
All right.
So I worked and remodeled a lot of the houses in Brookline. They were all the 1800 Victorian houses. So all these houses have big, high ceilings. They weren't worried about the heat back then. All these houses in the city area, they call them candy houses. They were all, tons of work went into this. The siding is intricate. They get the wooden plates and the columns, and the nice moldings and the beautiful places. But none of these houses have closets in them. Why?
Wardrobes.
Exactly. They didn't have multiple sets of clothes. Good,
well,
good.
and they had a thing. It was a piece of furniture called a wardrobe.
Yep.
That's
like
where
like an armoire.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So
but
that's
yep. So none of these places in the city had closets, and I was saying, why? And you're the first person to actually answer that correct. Congratulations, Dave,
Thank
man.
you.
You are smart, man.
Yeah, that's the armoires. I noticed that in old places too, old houses in Michigan too, had very little closet space.
Yep.
If any. Sometimes closets were added later.
Right. Well, that's what
as
when I
they became
remodeled them,
popular.
they had me add them to these places that never had them before, because they had nowhere to put their clothes, and they didn't want to have the armoires. Yep.
Well, it was like, okay, down in Southern Illinois, where my dad was originally from, it's a lot of mining goes on down there. Saline County, not far from Missouri. And the men there, they would go once a year and they'd get a new pair of shoes and a new pair of overalls. Okay. And that's what you wore to church on Sunday. And your old set is what you wore daily and like what you worked in. That's how it worked.
Yep.
And the new shoes and the new overalls were for Sunday on church. Then the next year, when you got your new set of overalls, that set of overalls became your work overalls.
And they just recycled their clothes like that. Yep.
Right.
Yep.
And there was no need for that. Listen, people used to make their own fucking clothes. People made dresses. In fact, so much so that feed companies were competing with one another by the patterns that they used of print on the feed sacks. Because the women, the farmers' wives, were using the feed sack cloth to sew dresses and craft clothes from.
Wow.
And so they found that to be a selling point. Honey, next time you get chicken feed, get that kind that's got the rose petals on it. Because I want to make a lovely new dress for the cotillion, or whatever the case may be. And that's how people did things.
Yep. The good old days. Yep.
Yeah. Go buy store-bought clothes. What the hell?
I've remodeled farmhouses before. And you know what the walls are full of for cavity? No insulation. You know what they use for insulation? Coal. Yep.
Around here, a friend of mine renovated a house. It's a really old house. And in between the 4x4 timbers was stacked rocks.
Wow. Just something to take up the cavity. Yep.
Yeah. And
because they didn't have insulation and shit back then. Yeah.
The place was built, man.
Yep. And back years ago, we were a lot stronger than we are now. Like, they really weakened us down with our food and stuff like that.
Oh, yeah. Hey, we in town right here, in the little town where I live, downtown, it's a bed and breakfast right now, but it's a Sears house. It was ordered,
Sears and Roebuck,
ordered out of Sears and Roebuck, and they shipped you the parts and shit, and you put it together, right? And or you could they would send a crew as part of the price too. If you paid more, and send a crew that were trained to just put this thing together, and cost you about, let's see, I think it was in early 1900s, 1920, I think. You could get one for $689.
Wow.
Yeah, man. 3 bedrooms upstairs. It's got a full downstairs,
So
wraparound
they
porch.
pre-cut the whole list of lumber and shipped it out there with a keg of
Yep.
nails and bang it together.
Yep.
Wow.
Yeah. And this little bed and breakfast in town is an old Sears house.
Now, was it the old days where they used to use balloon construction and not have walls and like that?
That I'm not absolutely sure of. I'm looking on here to see if I might have reposted a thing about it. Or maybe I didn't.
Because I'm thinking that age is probably maybe still balloon construction or something, where they didn't know how to make, 8-foot walls and put the next floor joists on top of the wall and, prevent them from
I've put prefab houses together
Yep.
for a retirement community before.
Mhm.
And I didn't like it because sometimes the foundation is never exactly right. You
No,
always
no,
end up
right.
either having to pad something out or cut something back. I'd
Yep.
rather pad it out than cut it back because those prefab fucking walls are a bitch.
Yep.
You're cutting through plywood and they like use 1 million goddamn staples to do it.
Yep.
I'm looking to see on here on this Facebook. I saw a post and it was really cool. It shows one of those houses in the catalog ad, right out of Sears. It's really
we have an old schoolhouse down the street from my house here, and the schoolhouse it's got a list of the materials used, and the cost was like I forget what it was, like $89. But the schoolhouse has got an old potbelly stove and a well inside for water inside the schoolhouse, and the kids used to walk for miles around to go to school there. Yep.
Oh yeah, listen, when my grandmother came here to Virginia, through the Adventist church, and she came here as a teacher at the Adventist schoolhouse right here in this town where I live at. And that's where my roots come from here, because my grandfather was from here, go all the way back to 1752. But anyway, the thing was, there was quite a bit of poverty, and there still is today, but not like it was back then, like in the 30s. And what she would do is she would task each one of the kids at the end of the day, say, okay, who can bring in a can of peas tomorrow? And somebody raise their hand and say, okay, Betsy, you bring in a can of peas, and have each one of the kids bring us one ingredient, right? And then they would put it all together to make a stew on the wood stove. While school was going on, they're cooking the stew.
Yep.
And these kids were getting a great lunch when lunchtime came around, and it was from a stew that they learned how to make. And they also learned how they could all come together, each one with a different ingredient, and have a great meal with everybody.
Right, right.
And I think that was one of the best lessons that my grandmother could have ever taught any kid.
Yep.
Anywhere, that right there.
And our local church here that's in my town, if you look at the stuff that they used to make in the old days, the projects and the crafts they work together on after church hours, it's like nobody does anything. It's like, oh.
No, even the Adventists, which I used to have quite a lot of respect for, but I've seen that church devolve into, I don't even know. It's a shell of what its former self was. I used to have quite a bit of respect for them in the fact that they held to the old biblical laws of keeping the Sabbath, also observing Leviticus as far as what the foods are clean and unclean, those kind of things. I had a lot of respect for that, but they've turned into just as another 501c3 spiritual trap. And that's what all religion is. I tell people all the time, God and religion have like nothing to do with one another at all. They just don't.
No.
They really don't. When you go into a religion and you adopt someone else's relationship with God, that would be like you trying to have the same relationship that your sister or brother has with your mother. Your mother loves you the same as she does them, but your relationship with your mother is completely different than it is with any one of your siblings. You have a unique and special relationship with them. And that's how your relationship with God has to be. It's unique. It's you. But when you adopt somebody else's, well, that's not yours. How can that be true? You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And that's where you run into it. It goes like that with any collective that you may join. When you join a collective, in order to be a part of that collective, whether it be a religion or a political party or what have you, you have to abandon some or all of your core beliefs in order to adopt the beliefs of the herd, so to speak.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And so there, are you really following your true path at that point? No, you're following someone else's path. You have to make your own path. This is here for you to figure out, not for somebody else to figure out for you. It doesn't come that easy. You have to find it yourself. And you're not going to find God in a church. I will guarantee you that.
Right. The Holy Spirit lives within you.
That's it. God resides within the temple.
Exactly.
We talked about this.
Yep.
God resides within the temple.
Can you imagine Jesus coming back into a world like we have right here? How crazy this is! I think of that and I think, he had trouble back in the days of the Roman Empire and everything. Imagine now with this crazy place the way it is.
Well, I was I made kind of a bit. I'm gonna go over this and then I'm gonna cut off here in just a minute. We've been on a long time, but okay. So I had heard that Mel Gibson was talking about making a sequel to Passion of the Christ.
Yep, I heard that. Yeah.
Okay. And when I heard that, in my head, my brain is it's like a bad neighborhood. It's not a good idea to go there alone. Anyway, I came up with this thing in my head. I could almost hear it. A theatrical trailer. This summer, Jesus is back and he's pissed. Brought to you by Michael Bay and Mel Gibson. It's Passion of the Christ 2. And it shows Jesus coming in with a machine gun and says, this summer, let he who is without sin cast the first stone. And it says, this one for you, Pontius Pilate. Machine guns and shit, and Michael Bay explosions and everything. And I just cracked myself up with shit like that. You got to be in my head to actually see the fucking theatrical trailer. But I mean, it's like, what the hell? How do I come up with this crazy shit?
Yeah.
that would be funny as shit. Jesus is back and he's pissed.
Yeah. It'd be like that movie Cocaine Bear. Have you watched the Cocaine Bear one? Stupid.
Been waiting my whole life for a movie about a fucking bear on cocaine.
Exactly.
God, who come up with that shit and who financed it? Oh my God.
The actor Ray Liotta had died after making that, right? He had passed away just recently. He was actually on another movie after they made that one, but that they dedicated that movie to him on the end of the credits,
Good old Ray Liotta.
I know.
I don't know. These Hollywood people, man. Have you ever been to Hollywood?
Yes, I have. Yeah.
It's got a bad vibe.
Oh, wicked bad. Yeah.
It's really bad. I didn't like it.
No, I didn't either.
In Hollywood at all. It was just such a freaked out place. Mm-hmm. I don't know. I just felt uneasy the whole time I was there. And I believe fully that that place is deep in darkness.
Definitely. Yep.
Deep in darkness. Mm-hmm. Casting that spell with the Hollywood wand. Mm-hmm. You look at how they've been doing it, even with the fucking globe bullshit, right?
Yeah.
Universal Studios.
Yeah.
Because I used to joke all the time. I was like, oh yeah, I looked up yesterday. I saw that Universal thing floating over, but it was backwards, Here they are. Remember the old one with the globe and the fucking biplane going around?
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. And so this is back in biplane days. Here they have this idea, this globe and shit, right? And then years and years later, they finally supposedly go up into space. And lo and behold, they were fucking right. Exactly.
Mhm.
with their model. It was not even off by a little bit. It was fucking identical, perfect. I'm like, are you shitting me? And they got to throw that thing at you all the time.
Oh yeah, it's like the weaving spiders. There, they were showing CBS how the first broadcast with CBS was the all-seeing eye.
Yeah,
Y-
yeah, yeah.
Yep. So I like watching this channel. They're pretty. They come dig into all the words and
Yeah.
gematria, all that shit.
there's
It's
so much to that fucking shit.
yeah, there is.
They throw that at you all the time. The thing with the globe, they got to throw that at you all the time. They need to
Mhm.
keep that seated in your brain all the time. And here's something that I think is really funny about the fucking globe spell. And I'm going to call it that. That's part of the spell. I think it's one of the key fundamental elements of the spell, because people are mesmerized by spinning hoops and rings and balls. They really are. These are why these objects are used in hypnosis.
Mhm.
So they got this constantly seeded into your mind all the time. They want this because once you come to, like I said, you fucking shit can that, and you come to the realization of a true earth that it is indeed not a fucking globe and it's not spinning around. Man, so much of the other deception starts to fucking fade away.
Mhm.
It's like, no. You start seeing through shit.
Mhm.
You really do. You start seeing through their fucking lies and their absurdities. Because already I'm sitting there, I'm going, wait a second. Look at the crazy shit you were trying to make me fucking believe.
Right.
What's your end game, man? What are you doing?
Mhm.
Why do you want everybody to think that crazy shit?
Well, it's
Because
weird how they let some stuff go though, right? Like they had videos of these guys launching their own rocket with a GoPro and hitting the firmament and showing you the pictures of it. They let some of this stuff go where the powers that be, they have so many people they could easily monitor that and get that off the air.
yeah.
So they let you see some of this shit.
Yeah. You have to wonder why they let you see certain bits
Yeah,
of it.
like that
Not even-
Admiral Byrd video, the Dr.
Yeah.
Forrest video. I try to actually, after watching Dr. Forrest on that moon, what he was talking about the moon, he was like an Oxford professor, and I try to research him, and I could not find anything about him.
Well, here's what this points out to me, though. I know for sure that due to physics, whatever the fuck this Earth is, I know for sure that it's not a ball. Okay, that much is certain. Now, here's where I start coming into the uncertainty of it all, even going into this fluidity of reality. Apparently, with these like Bible verse changes with the Mandela effect and whatnot, that I used to have like thoughts like this when I was a kid. All right. How do I know that school is really there when I'm not? This was an
Right.
early thought of mine. Okay. How do I know that school only exists for my benefit when I come to it? And I was always onto this idea that ever since I was a little kid, that I was like, man, what if I'm like in an experiment? And I'm talking about when I was really little, elementary school. I was like, what if I'm like in an experiment? Because I always felt like I was being watched. And I was like, what if I'm like in an experiment and I'm being presented with all these different challenges and things, much like a rat in a maze, so that I can be studied how I react to these given situations that are put in front of me? Well, now I'm starting to think that I wasn't too far off the mark, because I'd always heard the old riddle, the old Buddhist riddle, that if a tree falls in the woods and no one's there to witness it, does it make a noise? Well, no, of course not. If there's no one there, there's no forest,
Right.
because there's no one there to manifest the forest. That's where I'm at with it.
Wow.
I look at it from like almost a holodeck perspective. Now, the technology, the holodeck in Star Trek worked much like the transporters, energy to matter and vice versa. And to save energy, everything was of a holographic nature until a user came within proximity of a certain object. Then that object would solidify into matter temporarily until the user was done interacting with it. So how do we know that these things that we're looking at, like these items right here on my desk, are nothing more than holographic images to me and only become reality when I actually interact with it?
Mhm.
And then it becomes a solid object. But
Right.
until I actually interact with it, it's nothing more than an image.
Mhm.
You see? And I
Yeah.
wonder, so outside of what I can see right now, does it really even exist? As far as I'm concerned, no. It's
Right.
nothing more than random electromagnetic fields that my senses have not decoded into a cohesive reality.
Right.
That's so I guess I look at reality a little differently than a lot of people.
Yep.
You know, that I know that reality as it exists in what I am experiencing is only this within a small little area of my brain about that big.
Mhm.
Much like the internet that we're conversing on right now. We've got chat and pictures and interactive video and everything else going on, right? But outside of this machine, it's nothing more than a bunch of ones and zeros flying around. That's
Right.
it.
Right.
And it takes the decoding device to interpret these ones and zeros into a cohesive reality that we can interact with, albeit on a limited basis. We still can interact pretty in depth with it.
Mhm.
You see? So
Yep.
it's another reality within the reality, a simulation within the simulation. And I've often thought about, like, what about if you were playing that game, The Sims? Have you ever heard of that?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Mhm.
Okay. So you have your little character you make, and you have them, they have their little sim job, and they have their little sim home, and you have them have a little sim computer. And then you have them load the sims on their little sim computer. And then you have your character do the same thing you did, make a character and have him work and have him do that. And then eventually have him put in a copy of The Sims, and so on and so on and so on. Now, how many times has that happened before it got to me? Because each subsequent character, each subsequent sim is going to think he's the first one to do this.
Right. Yep. Yep.
Now we start getting into levels of consciousness, the
Right.
concept of levels of consciousness.
Right.
You see? So
Yep.
who's really controlling what's occurring within my avatar and my surroundings here? Is that really coming from me, or is that a Wi-Fi signal coming from a higher self, like an
Right.
Xbox type thing, you know?
Mhm.
And if they paused the game and went and ate dinner and then came back and unpaused it, I would have no idea that the simulation had been paused, because it would be instantaneous as far as I'm concerned.
Mhm. Well, do me a favor. Watch that video I put up there from Crow, the Hattie Bob and Hattie
I
Boy.
got that over here.
I'd love to hear your thoughts when you watch. I've watched them both. I gave you the 1 hour link, but it's a 2 hour one. There's 2 hours of it.
Mhm.
But I've watched it a bunch of times, and I'm taking a lot of notes and research some of the stuff the guy says. And you can find some of his writings online about the moon and the octaves of it and all the stuff like that. So when you watch that, I'll talk to you later on another stream about what you think about that.
Yeah.
It's another rabbit hole to look at, you know. I'm
Sure, I'll
not saying it's
definitely look
true.
into it.
I'm just saying when Crow came out with that, they hit him hard on it.
Oh,
So
yeah.
that told me that he was onto something, you know.
You know, I often find that, you know, when you're over the target or near it, you do get the most flack,
Yep,
you know.
exactly. Yep.
And
I
yeah,
think
you have to be
that's one of the
really
main
careful.
reasons. That's one of the main reasons he got off of YouTube and opened up his Crow 777 radio, is because they were censoring him so bad
Mhm.
after hitting some of this
Mhm.
stuff,
Mhm.
you know. But yeah, I think he's very smart. Him and Jason Lingram, they're good guys, and they would been after the truth. And he's changed his view on what the moon is and what the sun.
Mhm.
You know, he thinks I like watching his shows on red Mercury and different
Have
stuff like that.
have you seen any of this research into the idea that the face of the moon is actually a fucking reflection of the Earth?
Right. Yep.
I don't know. There seems to be some validity in that theory. I want to look into it a little deeper, but and it coincides with some of the nos confundum research too. of the extra terra, the other lands outside of this known world where we're at. You know, there's some really interesting shit to explore on that. But this is one of the beauties of when you uncover, when you find out that everything that you've learned is a lie, you can, you know, even if you haven't figured that out, always explore the other possibilities, always explore other ideas, unchain your mind away from the prescribed paradigms that are given to you.
Right.
Okay. You kind of got to erase your chalkboard and decide that the only thing that you're going to write on that fucking chalkboard is the shit that you put on it, not what somebody else puts on it. Because you were inundated your entire life from the time you were 5 years old to the time you put on that silly little dress and that fucking square hat. Then they gave you a piece of paper and said, congratulations, you're now smart.
Mm-hmm.
You achieved getting a piece of paper to go take a dump.
Yeah.
Here's a fucking, put your tassel over on the other side as if it's going to mean something.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And that's what it was done, because everything that they gave you, you retained it, you kept it because you had to. You were taught memory and regurgitation, and you were told that was being smart. Memorization is not intelligence.
Right.
Okay. Parrots can memorize things.
Mm-hmm.
Monkeys can memorize things. The ability to take information and weave it into a cohesive idea is intelligence. That's where intelligence comes in. To be able to challenge an idea with a compelling argument. That's intelligence.
Mm-hmm.
Regurgitating something that someone else came up with. No. That's not intelligence. There again, that's regurgitation of memorized materials.
Right.
So with that, I want to thank you for coming on, Glenn from Boston. It has been a pleasure. You're welcome back anytime. Our regular show is always on Tuesday. I plan on making some more, but I've kind of been doing other things instead of fucking around on YouTube here the last couple of days, and we're going to get kind of back at it a little bit.
Okay, thank you for having me on, Dave.
Right on, bro.
Good talking to you, buddy.
Right on.
Have a good night.
You too, man.
Bye-bye.
And so everybody that still stayed with us over this lengthy period of a stream, which seemed like it just kind of whipped on by, I want to thank you all for coming. And like I said before, your mind is like a parachute and only works if it's open. You know, free your mind and your ass will follow. So with that being said, y'all have a great night. Enjoy the rest of your weekend, and we'll be seeing you around here soon. Good night.